look at integrated payment and digital commerce platform. So today, engage, network. I want you to look at the person sitting beside. Okay, you've met me. Let's do this, everyone. You've met me. My name is Gloria. Meet the person sitting beside you in 2 minutes. Now, hold on now. Hold on. This is what you're going to do. Get their name, what they ate last night, and how much is in their account balance. Everybody. Quickly. Get their name. You better open up to the person sitting beside you. That person may credit you right now. Get their name, what they ate last night, and how they are doing. All right. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. You know that the room is filled with people from different walks of life. You really do not know what they've been through. A lot of them might have gone through what they call premium shege in this week that we just saw. So can you encourage the person sitting beside you and tell the person you're a champion? Can you tell him you're a superstar? Can you say, I believe in your future? Interswitch believes in your future, and so I believe in your future. Can you say once again, Your Excellency, sir? Your Excellency, ma. Welcome to Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. Love it. Thank you so much. So I want your energy to be on a 1,000. I mean, you're the best audience in the world. I can already feel the energy right here where I'm standing. And so I want that energy to be on a 1,000 even as we go on today. Were you here at the Career Fair 1.0? Wave to me, 1.0. Be very bold about it. Okay, about just one person. Wow, look at that. From way back, love it. Career Fair 2.0, anyone? You were here at 2.0? Okay. I see quite a few hands raised. 3.0, you were here? You have come back again. Now only you are come. All right, 4.0, it's your first time here. Wave to me, make some noise. Wow, welcome. Jolly just come. We are really excited that you all have joined us this year. Thank you very much. You came from outside of Lagos. Ekpa Ikorodu, Shagote is outside Lagos. Just kidding. Outside of Lagos. Wow, I would have really loved to know where you came from, what state it is you came from. I knew some flew in all the way from the United States to be here. Thank you very much for coming. This is Lagos, the center of excellence and the state of aquatic splendor. Thank you for joining us and welcome to Lagos State. We are delighted to have you. We have people joining us online. Please, can we celebrate my online audience? Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0, the Talent Paradox. Right here, we are enabling the talent ecosystem in Nigeria, and we are delighted and super ecstatic to have you here this wonderful morning. Please do not leave your streaming devices for anything so that you do not miss out on any item of our program today. I will try to carry you along as much as everyone in the room is carried along. Welcome once again, and thank you for joining us. We want to say a big them a lusty round of applause. Please celebrate with me. ALX, Udemy Business, PCL, Pluralsight, GLSS, Product Dive, and Semicolon. Can we make that applause louder? Thank you, our partners. Thank you. Thank you. We are indeed grateful to you. Thank you for your support, both in kind, monetary. We're really grateful to you for supporting the Career Fair this year. We're going to be posting a lot on social media. You know, you promised me that you were going to make noise today. So let them know at online, on Instagram, on Facebook, on Snapchat, on TikTok, on X, that a group of young Nigerians are gathered at Landmark Event Center in Victoria Island for a time that will change the trajectory of their career. So I wanted to post online, take pictures, make videos, because in another 2 years, or scratch that, at the next Interswitch Career Fair 5.0, you will not be where you are right now. No, it's not a prayer. It's just what it is. So I want you to make memories. Okay, let's do that, everyone. 1 minute. Bring out your phone. Bring out your phone, everybody. Take a quick selfie with the person sitting beside you. 30 seconds. 30 seconds and say, hello, I am live here at the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. I'm waiting for you. Can we do that already? I wanted to take this quite seriously, because I promise you, you will look back at that photo and be glad you did. Yes. Thank you to everyone indulging me. Thank you. So you can then post it online, and please tag us. We want to see your tag. Please tag us at Interswitch Group and use the hashtag Interswitch Career Fair. Interswitch Career Fair, so that we can see your posts when you make them online. That said, ladies and gentlemen, I've done my welcome, but of course I have to bring up someone else from the team to do the ground welcome and to introduce our welcome address speaker. It gives me great delight. It's my honor and joy to welcome to the microphone. He's a man that we all love. If you were here at 3.0, you already know this man. I mean, he has redefined what HR should look like, right? So if you know and you're excited to be here this year, please be generous with your applause. Join me as I make welcome the Group Chief HR Officer at Interswitch, the one, the only, Franklin Ali.
All right, thank you very much, Gloria. Are we excited to be here this morning? You don't sound like you're excited. So, I'm going to go down again and come back up. The way you show your excitement is not by sitting down. You will stand up and holler and make a joyful noise like we say in church. Where is Victor? But before I do that, I'd like to call Victor to quickly come and give us safety tips, yeah?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. You're welcome. Welcome your neighbor once again. Please welcome your neighbor. We are so glad to have you here today. If you know Gloria has been doing a good job, make some noise for Gloria as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Victor Enema Blankson. I work with Interswitch in the Facilities Management and Health and Safety Department. It's my pleasure to talk about some safety tips. Is that okay? Is that okay? Is it good to be safe? All right, so first of all, it's important to note that whilst you're here, your safety means a lot to us. Because with you being alive, we are in a better position to make Nigeria a better place. Is that okay? So first of all, smoking is not allowed in the hall. By the way, you guys look like you don't smoke at all, so scratch that. But in case you want to change your mind to smoke, there is a designated place outside where you can go smoke and come back inside like you never smoked. Is that okay? We know we are not serving alcohol inside, but just in case you carry smoke, put for pocket, come inside, please remember you're going back home. We want you to go back home with your head over your shoulder. Please do not drink and drive. Is that okay? Please, in the event of an emergency, it is important to note that we need to evacuate the building gently. Tell a neighbor gently. So please don't push your neighbor. Don't be in a haste to leave and you go cause a stampede. We don't want stampede at all. So we want you to just evacuate the building gently. There are 2 exits to my right and to my left-hand side. So please use those doors. And there's one just at the back side, just behind you. So 3 doors in total. Evacuate the building gently. Then, in case of any injury at all, we don't anticipate it, but we have an ambulance on site. Can you put this together for Interswitch? Yes. We have an ambulance and 2 nurses to attend to you. So we don't want you to get injured, but just in case of any injury at all, we have an ambulance. In case of anybody, that just slumps, we have an ambulance to make sure that people are resuscitated back to life. Please, let's keep ourselves safe and healthy at all times. As you're driving out, please be careful. Do not go and hit anybody. Can you say after me, safety starts with me? Safety starts with me. Thank you so much. Enjoy the event. So I'm going to invite Gloria to invite Franklin again. So that thing that Franklin said we are going to do, we'll do it again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome the Group Chief HR Officer, Interswitch, one and only, Franklin Ali!
Una get luck. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. The first thing I'd like to do here today is to show gratitude to God Almighty. And we're grateful people in Interswitch. So I'd really like you, this time around, to stand. We don't take for granted that we were here the first year, the second year, the third year, and this is the 4th year we are doing this. Yeah, please give it up. And I really want you to, not for me, but to really show gratitude. Keep it coming. As loud as you can make it. So the one that we believe has sustained us at the switch, to the one who has carried us in Interswitch, we just want to say thank you. All right. Please keep standing. In the scheme of things, this your clap is like 2/10. So as we go on, like Gloria said, you have made commitments to show and express energy throughout this conversation. They say the strength of the glory of the youth. We don't know the... But if I say, I'm sure people will respond. All right. So for the next 2 minutes, we're here last night, and I feel the need for us to do this. So if you can sing, please sing with me. We are grateful, oh Lord. We are grateful, God. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So we are saying thank you, Jesus. Yeah. We are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you. We'll take it one more time. Can you make it louder? Saying thank you, Jesus. Say, oh God, we are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my. And so, Father, we are thankful. Today we are saying take the stage. For as many who have traveled far and wide to connect, to draw, they will not just draw from the speakers, but from you. Grace will be made available to those who are hoping to find results and get answers. It is not us who will fill you. It is the grace of God that will meet you at the point of your need. Open doors for you. Make opportunities abound for you. In the name of Jesus. Can we put our hands together? All right. Thank you. You may please be seated. Thank you very much. Okay. My job here is really not to do the opening and welcome. I'm going to bring someone up stage. But one of the things we do in preparing for this career fair is to pray. So we come here the night before and we pray. Because we don't take for granted that you are making sacrifices, like Gloria said, to come here with expectations. And in reality, we are aware that for some of you, your expectations are not one that we can meet in the immediate. And so we commit it to God to use the different speakers and sessions to seed something in your life that will open doors and bring those answers to you. So I believe that grace will make those things available to you today. At Interswitch, we are big on talent. And what you're about to listen to is how we show it. I remember joining Interswitch as the head of talent acquisition. And then I was promoted to the head of talent management. And then today I'm the group chief human resource officer at Interswitch. So every time you hear me in any video introducing myself and saying to the glory of God, it is not I'm not trying to be spiritual. It's actually what God can do, and truly I give him all the glory. So, to open this session and welcome us is someone that works within the team and kind of have a similar career transition like I did. Someone that we believe is a rock star and someone that exemplifies what it means if you take your job seriously. Like the Bible says, you will stand before Abiyunanobi kings. And so she will be welcoming us and opening the session today. But I'd like you to encourage her while she do that, while she's at it, at every point of the way. You know how you do those things in church? When somebody drops a nugget, you say, woo! Exactly. I see you. And the way we welcome her, I like us to do it differently. And everything you will hear today from Dr. Harry, Oreme, Charles, Mitchell, every other person, is what we are exemplifying today from the opening session. So we talk and do at the switch. So if you love us, you are loving the right thing. All right? So I decided to invite her, and sorry, Gloria, in case I'm taking your job, because of what it means to us. If you want to stand, you stand, but if you want to sit and clap, but please just make sure you encourage her. With a clap offering, I know you, Pastor. And with his loud ovation, can you join me as I welcome Chioma Okereke, our head of talent acquisition?
Thank you so much, Franklin, for the honor of that introduction. And guys, it's fantastic to see you here today. And I would say Franklin has been an immense blessing in my life. So please put your hands together for him. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. No response. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic. Welcome to the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. We're super glad to have you here today, and it's really an honor that you guys have honored us with your presence year on year. This is our 4th year in a row, so we're super glad to have you. Thank you. My job here really is to take you through what to expect today, what the talent paradox is, and just to give you a sense of all the sessions that will be coming up following my session. So let's get into it. Our theme for today is the talent paradox. A lot of you would have seen this online, and you are asking yourselves, what is the talent paradox? What does Interswitch mean when they say the talent paradox? And what does this mean for me and my career? And what can I do differently? We're here to learn that today. A paradox can be defined in multiple ways, but I would attempt to define it in the conventional way as defined by the dictionary and what is defined as by Interswitch. A paradox can be defined as a thing or a situation that has contradictory elements, okay? And as defined by Interswitch, a talent paradox is a situation where organizations are struggling to find the right talent, despite being in a country that has millions of youths looking for jobs, despite being in a country that has a very high unemployment rate. That is the talent paradox. So it begs the question, how can a continent overflowing with a youthful population still struggle with unemployment to meet the demand for talent and growth? We're here to find out why. Sorry, trying to use this clicker. Okay. So let's see some key data points that buttresses this conversation. We're talking about the talent paradox. What does this mean? And what's the data that we have seen in the economy that buttresses this theme? The first is 53.4% of Nigerian youth today are unemployed. You would agree that that's a challenge, correct? Skill gap is still a major problem as seen by CEOs across Africa. We still see that this is a problem existing year on year. On the average, we have about 600,000 graduates from Nigerian universities year on year. And data shows that out of that number, only 15% are employable. It's concerning, right? The informal employment space is dominated, higher than the formal employment space. And you would see that over the next few years, more than 50% of skilled workers are considering migrating from Nigeria. Let me take you through a real-life scenario of the talent paradox, a story that we've seen that happened here in Nigeria that many of us will be able to relate to. Okay. We'll talk about the Dangote refinery story very briefly. How many of us have heard of the Dangote refinery? The hands are few. So the people who don't have their hands up, you haven't heard of Dangote refinery? Wow, that's serious. Okay, let me tell you a quick story. So Dangote is a visionary, for everybody who knows. Even if you've not heard of the refinery, you must have used the Dangote products, right? Sugar, cement, etc. So you know of Dangote. So at some point, Dangote decided that he wanted to build a refinery. Okay. And it was a fantastic thing to see that he wanted to build a refinery. There's a problem he was trying to solve with that refinery. As a country, Nigeria, it was something to be proud of to possibly have one of the largest refineries in Africa in our country. So it was a thing to be proud of. But unfortunately, as a country, even though we are rich in crude, we have a low refining capacity, so we are unable to refine oil, which is the problem that Dangote was trying to solve. So he starts building his refinery, but he now faced a talent paradox. Guess what the paradox was? There were a lot of jobs to come out of building the refinery, but not enough talent. There were jobs like advanced construction engineering, welding, pipeline building, etc. But guess what? Even with all those jobs available, Dangote couldn't find enough talent to fill those vacancies. Guess what he did? He ended up getting talent from India, China, and other countries to help build his refinery. So it's not that Africa doesn't have people. We have people. We only lack the required skills to drive innovation and growth. The first part of this story highlights the skill gap that exists in our local economy, while the second part of this story showcases something. Opportunities will come, but if talent is not ready, you will miss those opportunities. Two key lessons I learned from this story. The first is, as a country, we need to be more deliberate with building the systems and the structure to enable talent to get the right skills. And secondly, as an organization, we need to do more to reinforce what we are doing with the career fair and other initiatives to build capability of talent in Africa. So now that we've heard what the paradox is about, we've seen a relatable story, let's see how Interswitch is enabling the talent ecosystem. Please help. Oh, okay. Thank you, Franklin. Yes. So let's see how Interswitch is enabling the talent ecosystem. So there are three key ways Interswitch enables the talent ecosystem. And these three pillars are critical to our value proposition as an organization. The first is identification of talent. Identification of talent is critical to our purpose to inspiring Africa to greatness. Let's look at some global stories that we may be familiar with of talent that has been identified in good time and, went on to be global superstars. Look at the story of Serena and Venus. Look at the story of Michael Jackson, how young they were when they were identified. Look at the story of what Tunde Onokoya is doing with identifying talent in the slum to go for global chess marathons. We all know these stories. So identification of talent is critical. Interswitch has designed a number of initiatives to help us identify talent. Some of these initiatives include the Interswitch Spark, our career fair as we have today, our job shadowing program. Do we have any job shadowing program member in the house? Raise your hand. Fantastic, good to see you. We also have our Talent Connect sessions. You can hear Franklin clapping. He's excited to see you guys. So the other pillar we have here is the development pillar. It's not enough to identify talent. You have to also develop this talent. And when Interswitch talks about developing talent, we are not just developing talent for Interswitch. We are building skills for us and for the ecosystem. Because when the ecosystem thrives, we thrive even better than we are doing now. Okay? Some of the channels with which we develop our talent include the Interswitch Academy, our skill-based training programs, the job shadowing programs, which some of you are a part of, our partnerships. Gloria had mentioned our partners, so thank you to our partners who are present here today. We also have the career fair, coaching and mentorship sessions. We have some designed for today as well, for those of you who would be interested, and thought leadership sessions. Our third and final pillar in enabling the talent ecosystem is engagement and retention of this talent. Part of how we engage our talent is to create a positive workplace where our talent can thrive, to create a work model that enables creativity, to design platforms for coaching and mentoring, including our talent community, and to create opportunities for diaspora talent. We are one of the few companies in the world where you can leave our organization and you can still work with us and still add value to the ecosystem using our Back to the Switch initiative and our alumni community. So, what should you expect from today's session? Today, you're going to experience mind-blowing sessions. So I would like to encourage you to please keep an open mind and be ready to learn. We have curated and designed special sessions that would help you pause and think. calibrate how you think, how you plan your career, and what you do next in your current job and your next job. We've lined up a number of sessions. You would have the opportunity to hear from the GMD. He'll be speaking to the theme of the event, but he'll be putting a unique spin to it. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, so look out for his session. You would also have the opportunity to hear from the very first employee of Interswitch. We've been in existence for about, I think, 23 years. Our first employee is still here. Please put your hands together for her. So she will be talking about the Interswitch talent story and the future of Africa. We also have our guest speakers who will be speaking about the theme and the insights and trend session in tech. We'll be sharing with you channels that exist for how to join Interswitch. Some of you are not very clear on how to join Interswitch. We'll be sharing that today, including the vacancies that we have. Our panel session is something to look out for. We have taken the time to put together a fantastic panel of founders, CEOs, people that are doing great things in their field. Please pay attention, ask questions, and learn from the panel session. And finally, we'll be ending with the job fair, speed coaching sessions, and networking sessions. As we go into the session, I would like to encourage you, excuse me, please brace up. When it's time for the panel sessions, pay good attention. You know it's possible for two people to experience the same thing and come out with different results, right? Very possible. So some people will be here and will leave with nothing. But some people will hear and their career will scale from here. So please pay attention. When it's time to network with intentionality. Leverage all the opportunities that we have put out there. There's so many opportunities. If you have a career challenge, you can sit one-on-one with a coach and tell them the challenge and they can counsel you on what to do about it. So we've created multiple opportunities for you to leverage. Please make the best use of it. I would like to close with a parting statement. It's a statement that resonates with me. Yes. I've heard this statement a number of times. And it says, opportunity comes to those who are prepared. You need to be intentional about serving, upskilling, and adding value, and everything else will be added. Thank you.
Now, if that applause was for me, that would be okay. But it's for the head of talent acquisition and employer branding at Interswitch. I do not think that's generous enough. Interswitch Career Fair 4.0, make it louder. Come on now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chioma, for bringing us that wonderful insight into what we have lined up for today. Are you excited to be here? Now, it's like I'm feeling the energy from here and the middle. Over here, my left-hand side. Are you excited to be here? Yes. So I want your excitement to show through every single session. Everybody that comes up here. Now, if you notice, we're not calling you job seekers or whatever it is, employees. We're calling you talents. And there's a reason for that. Because we understand that there's an innate possibility inside of you. All you have to do is look within. And even if you cannot look within yourself, Interswitch is here to help you look within. And so you're a talent. And I want you to take that quite seriously. Take it to heart that I'm a talent and I'm here to be discovered. Thank you once again, Interswitch, for putting this together 4 years on a row. We are delighted and grateful to you. Welcome if you're just walking in. This is the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0, and we are delighted to have you. Please find a comfortable seat for yourselves. Our ushers will help you do just that. Ladies and gentlemen, some companies build products. Others build platforms. But the true legendary ones are the ones that build people, possibilities, and purpose. And Interswitch has done just that, transforming from a daring idea in fintech to a continental force, empowering dreams and redefining transactions and investing in the most powerful currency of all. Not dollars, not pounds, no, but people. And today we are honored to hear the Interswitch story from someone who doesn't just represent the brand, she embodies Interswitch. You heard quite right from Chioma, the very first employee of Interswitch is still here, standing live and direct. What a movement that Interswitch is. It gives me great delight to read a citation to you quickly at this juncture. Oremei Aka, the Chief Customer Officer at Interswitch Group, brings over 18 years of expertise in digital transformation, strategy, customer experience, and operations across the financial technology sector. With a career deeply rooted in delivering customer-centric innovation, she has consistently driven service excellence and operational skill across African markets. At Interswitch, RMA leads the enterprise-wide customer experience agenda, ensuring seamless interactions across product, platforms, and partner ecosystems. She previously held senior roles within the group, including Chief Core Operations Officer and Country Manager, Verve International, where she oversaw mission-critical systems and large-scale client engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, RMA is passionate about inclusion and mentorship and has been instrumental in initiatives that build capacity and equity within tech and business environment. An alumna, of the prestigious Cambridge George Business School, where she, who is that? Yes, I heard it. Go ahead. It's okay. Where she holds an MBA, Business Administration and Management, a bachelor's degree in electrical electronics from the University of Benin. UniBen students, are you here? And multiple certifications in leadership, innovation, and customer strategy. RMA's commitment to creating exceptional experiences and a strategic approach to service innovation makes her a powerful force in Africa's evolving digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, to bring us the Interswitch challenge story and the future of Africa is a visionary leader, a customer champion, the queen of customer service herself, and the chief customer experience officer at Interswitch Group, the one, the only, Oremei Aka. Make some noise.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Is this mic working? Is it working? Okay.
Sound.
All right. Oh, they said it's better. Yes, it is. Okay, before we start, I came with gifts. And I think it's good. You should I'm sure the crowd, all of you in the room, this awesome talent you've been saying, they say clap, they say stand, they say who we help. What is our gain? Don't worry. So I came with this is just small gain, but just to show you, say gain day. So I will drop one bag here and one bag here. And then I will ask 2 volunteers to just come forward. And you're going to try, and I'm going to show you what we're trying to do. And we don't have a lot of time, so 5 minutes, just 2 volunteers, maybe a lady and a guy. Yes, just come. Now this is, we will just stand first at a point, so, okay, on the other side. And I'll tell you where this is going to. So, I want to start by appreciating the platform on which I stand. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm privileged to have been the first staff of Interswitch. When I finished school straight out of UniBen in 2002, I studied engineering. I was I was clueless. But God found me, and Interswitch was that platform that he led me to. I'm going to be sharing my story today and relating it to why we must build for Africa. Why we must build for Africa. My volunteers, don't worry, your standing is not in vain. Gift day. You will not labor in vain. Don't worry. All right, I would like to, okay. Thank you. So I'm talking about the talent story and the Africa we are creating. Now, Lego. Yes, this is where we play a game. Who knows Lego? If you don't know Lego, it's not good. You know? Lego, it's not everything that is phone. Those days, there was no phone, there was no press. It was games of the mind. Lego is an amazing company, you know, and I mean, I'm not going into the story of the company, but I brought Lego building blocks because this is just Lego blocks. These are just Lego blocks. Nothing. But until you piece it together. And you know what makes Lego amazing? From a Lego block, you can make a house. A bunch of blocks. That same set of blocks, you can make a car. You can do whatever. So it's amazing for creativity. My children build Lego. I mean, well, they're now adults, but when they were children, they used to build Lego. So I'm going to tell you guys, I'm going to set a timer, 90 seconds, open the bags, and just build something. Don't look, don't say, is it fine? Is it looking good? Just open, tear the bag, no fear. Is it looking nice? Don't worry. It's your imagination. You understand? It's yours to build. Whatever you build, you know, just build something, you know, you say, oh, this is, and you can call it something. You can say, hey, give it a name, you know, and it is your own. It is your creation. No fear. Nobody will judge you. So we have, okay, you had 90 seconds. That's a minute and a half. 60 seconds more. Thirty seconds more. Ten. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. You can stop. Yes, because of time, we have to. Fantastic. So we'll give her the mic. Is there a mic? Let her just tell us what she built. Call it a name, you know, briefly. You know?
Sound.
I was trying to build a 3-story building.
Okay. Awesome. Well done. Okay, what about
Love
you?
it. What about you?
I was just trying to build a cube, but it turned into sort of staircase.
Okay. You know, but you started. Of course, with time, it will get better. You know, I have gifts. Who came out first? I can't remember. Okay, so you have a lovely Interswitch branded Amazon Echo box for you. And you have, this is one of the best suction mugs. Lovely, you know, excellent quality Interswitch branded for you. Thank you. Thanks for volunteering. Thanks for the courage to come out, you know, when you didn't even know what we're going to do. Can we put our hands together for them? As you clap, she may even say, I dash you my echo. You don't know. All right, so let's go quickly into a great job talking about the paradox of talent paradox in Africa, and it's real. And the truth is, we are calling for builders. Because Africa does not lack the building blocks. Just like this Lego was a bunch of just blocks. But she said, look, this is a 3-story building. She started putting it together. He was said a cube. But before they attempted, it was just a bunch of blocks. It was just raw talent unrefined, but they started refining it. So when we talk about the fact that in Africa, 80% of our population, 80% of our population are less than 35-year-old, that is potential. That is raw talent. But you know what? This challenge and the sad thing, like Choma again talked about the Dangote matter, is that we are still exporting this talent in its raw form. So there's nothing wrong in exporting. But we are exporting it in such a crude way that we can't get the full value. And then we are importing technology solutions. It's not cool. And these are the things that burden us. So at Interswitch, we know there's something wrong with this. We know this is not okay. We know that Africa deserves more than that. And that is the reason why Interswitch came to birth. Interswitch was born, as I said, I'll start with, first, born because we wanted to solve a problem. And the problem then was simple. You go to a bank and you queue for hours. There are some of you here that cannot understand that problem because you've never seen it. My son owns a bank. He's an adult now. My first son. He has never been into, a bank branch, maybe once. Everything is app, online, So when I say, then when I was in secondary school and you annoy my mother, she would say, you are going to the bank tomorrow. Mommy, I beg. Because you know you will get there at 8 o'clock. After you have bought Coke for Gatesman, for everybody, you will finally withdraw that 1,000 naira at 2 p.m. People used to go to the bank with their mattress. But that problem no more exists. Why? We had the courage to solve. When I joined Interswitch, as I said, straight out of school, I was clueless. I was raw talent. Raw meaning unrefined. As a copper, I stumbled, and God is faithful. I stumbled into Interswitch. Then we didn't even have a brand. We didn't have a name. I met Mitchell, and they said, oh, you're going to be on the project team. I said, what's this project? They say, we are going to enable people use cards to withdraw money. I say, they said ATM, if someone says, if I say the QPP, you don't need to know it, you just Google. There was no Google. MTN just came to Nigeria in 2002. So there was no mobile. So when they say ATM, I had never heard ATM in my life. But I was afraid to say, what is ATM? Before they say, she's Olodo, don't give her a job. So I said, yes, sir. He now said, and we will also do POS. I said, one chance. I said, of course. In my mind, I said, let him not ask me question. He will just say, this one, So that was how vague it was. But today, you don't think about it. You just do the transactions. Why? Because Interswitch had the courage. We dared to solve that problem. Now, no problem goes away miraculously. You must solve it. No set of building blocks will make sense until you get out of your seat and volunteer to put them together. And that is the courage. So when we started, we didn't know fintech. We're not aiming for unicorn, this. It's good to be unicorn. But that was not. The goal was value. That was the goal. It wasn't about, trying to get some amount of money, then we check out. No, we really believe that Africa deserves more. And it will take Africans to solve African problems. At Interswitch, we believe we must inspire this continent to greatness. And so that courage led us to cultivate talent. And for my example, Franklin gave his own testimonial. He came in, head of talent, and today he's chief HR officer. I also started as a copper. Today, I am chief customer officer. We have people that have joined Interswitch as contract staff, front desk. Today, they are leading teams and doing amazing stuff. Because we believe you must cultivate. You must cultivate that talent. It's not enough to just say we have the courage or we are here. You must nurture. We have, at Interswitch, our leadership, most of our leadership is homegrown. We are not about, import it from there. No, because the talent is here. And we are committed to cultivate. In addition to cultivating, we've also created a cause and effect matter. You will hardly see today a leading in fintech where you don't see an Interswitch alumni, either as the founder or in senior leadership. And you know what? We don't see it as, they left us. Mba. You see, the problem in Africa is big, Only you cannot solve it. So we are agitating the ecosystem. We are stimulating it. We are catalyzing it. We are stirring up potential to say Interswitch is a breeding ground. Some people stay, I've stayed this number of years. But there are people that stay a bit and they get a vision. And they go out and launch it. And you know what? They are our partners today. Because the pie the problems in Africa are big. Instead of trying to be grabbing and fighting for market share, we say, let's grow the pie together. So people will say, who is Interswitch competition? My guy, you answer that question if you can. We don't believe in competition. We believe in collaboration. We believe in building the ecosystem together. That is who we are. So a lot of people, they'll say Interswitch competition is, let me not call any name. Go and check. They are some of our best customers. We sit with them in strategic conversations. Why? Because we are indeed committed genuinely to inspire Africa to greatness. We believe in live and let live. So this cause and effect matter is very real. You look at unicorns today, you see our ex-employees doing great stuff. Let's put our hands together for Interswitch. So I've talked of old stories, and one old story, I love. I won't call it old because it keeps reinventing. Verve, our card brand. How dare you, an African, you want to do card brand when all the card brands in the world are American? Who born you? But we said there is a place for African innovation. And if it was a mistake, Verve has been standing over 15 years. Today, highest market share in Nigeria. Not an error. You cannot gain highest market share by mistake. Okay, maybe you gained it by mistake. That is why in over 20 countries in Africa, they are issuing your card. Is that a mistake? That is a statement that Africa can, that Africa must, that the talent we got must not remain raw. You must refine it. Just like Dangote wants to refine crude. So when we talk of our new stories, we are deliberate about it. So we are sitting here today because we want to create more stories. We want to join forces with you to build new stories. So Chioma already talked a lot about the things we do, our job shadowing, our innovation lab, where we partner with schools, Landmark University, Cosmopolitan, Ife, will be in Uniben. We're going to other schools, Covenant. What are we doing? Again, we are stimulating the atmosphere, the environment. We are challenging young minds like yours to say, don't look at Africa like I need to get out. I need to jump. There's nothing wrong in jackpine, but don't jackpine because you were escaping. Go with purpose. And we are saying, cultivate from here. Interswitch Spark is something we're very proud of. This year is our 7th year. Interswitch Spark competition is one way that we are contributing directly, this is not universities now, this is secondary schools. We have success stories. One of our Sparks that had graduated, made a first class, he has a job, he's working in an oil company overseas, representing Africa. We believe in that. Interswitch was ranked recently as one of the happiest places to work. I beg, clap for us. So it means all this our work, we are not pinching you. We are not winch. We are a happy place to work. And that is it. We're doing it right. We're doing it right. As I round up, Interswitch's first chapter was born out of a response to a problem. But we want to birth, or we are birthing our second chapter, our next, because we've gone through many. as reimagining. It's also our first chapter, a response to a problem. Our second chapter is being reimagined as a response to the potential of Africa. Because the problems are still there, but now we're saying the potential, if we can refine, if we can cultivate this potential, we'll be solving problems at the speed of light. So today, we are saying let us shift from talent extraction to talent ecosystems. A future where fintechs or payment technology companies, are not just there for the valuation and to say, oh, we made it, another Series B, we raised money, it's good. But we are also campuses for African talent. We are campuses. We are building and refining African talent. Where every young mind is not a bandwagon member, but a builder. That is the future that we want to build with you. So join forces with us to build not just technology, but to build potential, but to build people. Because at Interswitch, we're not just building pipelines to export talent. We are building refineries, and we are refining potentials. We are refining minds. We are refining your innate capacity. We are refining because Africa deserves more. And it will take Africans to solve African problems. So today we invite you, build with us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. If not for anything, but for the passion and the sincerity with which she communicated the Interswitch story, please give her another lusty. Can you make some noise? Really? Wow. I mean, it only takes an employee who has really enjoyed all of the benefits she has mentioned to speak with so much clarity. I'm telling you, not every company employee can come here and then make boast about their company, so to say. Right now, I'm even feeling, what am I doing as an MC? Let me go and look for work in Interswitch. Really. But it's really beautiful to see that we do not just talk the talk. We're actually walking the talk. 1 year, 2 years, 3rd year, 4th year in a row, gathering young talents across Nigeria and even Africa to help them with the tools, the insight, the nuggets that they need to be employable and to build leaders who will take on responsibilities across several sectors. So once again, please, another lusty applause for Interswitch. Make it louder. I think that's the only thing you can do. Yes. Thank you, Interswitch. Thank you for encouraging, for cultivating, and of course, looking at the talent seated in this room and letting them know that they can be whatever it is that they want to be. All they need to do is look within from inside, and then they'll be able to expand and take places. Thank you once again for that wonderful Interswitch story. If you're just walking in, welcome to the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. It promises to be amazing. So everyone watching online, I trust that you've had an amazing time so far. Once again, we still have a panel session lined up for you to come. All right, we're still going to have a session where we teach you or show you how to join Interswitch. There'll be a one-on-one session, mentorship session, talent assessment, and all that even later on in the event today. So we're moving on quickly to our next item on our agenda, ladies and gentlemen. And we're having a guest speaker speech. Now, when we talk about unlocking potential and shaping the global talent and leading with a vision, our next speaker is not just a part of that conversation. Our keynote speaker, our guest speaker at this time is setting the standard. Our guest speaker is what happens when excellence decides to put on a suit and a trouser. And from London to Lagos, from boardrooms to bookshelves, he has helped organizations unlock their most powerful resource, again, which is not money, people. And he'll be speaking to us this wonderful morning. It gives me great delight to read his citation quickly just before I bring him up. Dr. Harry Akola, a strategic HR and leadership expert, brings over 15 years of global experience spanning people strategy, organizational development, and talent transformation. His career reflects a strong blend of academic depth, leadership excellence, and hands-on consulting expertise across Africa, Europe, and North America. He is currently the Executive Director, Head of Talent, Business Banking, and CCB functions. He has also held significant roles, including Global Head of Talent, Learning and Development at Puma Energy, where he led people transformation initiatives across the company's multinational workforce. Now, before that, he served as Global Partner Head, TPS Learning and Development at Stanbic IBTC, contributing to talent evolution in highly regulated, tech-forward environment. A Chevening scholar, Dr. Akola holds a doctorate in leadership and organizational performance, an MBA in international HR management, and has executive certifications from institutions including the Said Business School and Atlantis International School. Dr. Harry's passion for unlocking human potential, combined with his experience in people-driven business transformation, positions him as a leading voice in modern HR leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. What you celebrate, you attract. Celebrate with me this excellence. The Executive Director, JP Morgan Chase & Co., the one and the only, Dr. Harry Akola. Make some noise.
Can I ask you to put your hands together for yourselves one more time this morning? All right. Is he working? And this is working as well. There we go. Yeah, that's me. Okay. You know what? I'll tell you the honest truth. I did not know what to expect. But I'll say so far, I have been blown away. I'll tell you the honest truth. It is just fantastic. I was beginning to rethink my standing here. How on earth have you asked me to come after that fire? Can you put yourself for Remy? That was too much energy in one person, like, that's great. And thank you so much, Franklin. Thank you for what you do. This is not just a career fair. This is life transforming, not an event, an experience. And can we put our hands together one more time for Interswitch? Yeah, it is. Thank you. All I can say, thank you. And I'm super mindful of my time, and I will keep the time, but I just have to appreciate Interswitch from the leadership. We should probably ask you why you stayed for the last 23 years. That's a lot, right? And you were giving kudos to the firm, but kudos to you. That's loyalty there. These days, we put our hands together. These days, we struggle with that a little bit. People want to quickly run away. Those people that cannot stay for more than 6 months. And my manager looked at me funny, now I want to leave. All right, that is some tenacity, there's some resilience there for 23 years. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to start by asking you a question. And the question is, where are you on your career journey? I'd like you to reflect for a moment as you think about that. Because you might be thinking, yes, I haven't spent 23 years anywhere, and I haven't even spent 23 months because I recently finished my NYC. But where are you? Because if you don't know where you are, it might be very difficult for you to map your path to where you're going, right? Even if you have an idea of where you're going. it's important for you to understand where you are on your career journey. As a matter of fact, it's important for you to know if you're on the path at all. Because some people are not on the path. And I've been privileged to speak to different people, coach them, counsel them at different levels, from C-suite to every level you can imagine. And for a lot of people, they are just surviving. They just want to get another job. But see, the point is, Africa does not really need such people. The builders that Oreme spoke about are people who are very intentional about their journeys. All right. I'd like you to do something with me quickly. Just maybe an exercise, So I'm going to read some statements, right? I'm going to read some statements, and I'm going to ask you if that statement applies to you, you're going to stand up. And then if it doesn't apply to you, you're going to sit down. Does that make sense, right? Very easy, right? Good. So let's have some quick ones. Let's start this with a funny one. The first one. I had breakfast or coffee this morning. Stand up. Oh, that's a fun one. All right. All these people cannot fast. Okay. All right, remain standing. Let's go to the next one. I know my full name without checking LinkedIn. All of you. Okay, good. Now, this one even sounds very interesting. I can clearly articulate my top 3 superpowers or strengths at work. If you cannot, it is the time to sit down. Yeah, some people are, we started with God. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay. All right, some people are still standing. Thank you. All right, let's go on. Now, I've used my strengths to solve real problems or create value in the last 3 months. I'm actually recording you with my Ray-Ban. Let's see what happens. Okay, keep standing. Let's see this one. Okay, this one. This one is very interesting. I've intentionally learned or completely a new skill, this year. Not just improve on an old one. Meaning you've learned a new skill in 2025. Anybody? All right, some people are sitting down, some people are standing up. Okay, I like that view. All right, okay. Let's look at this one. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? I've collaborated outside of my job or industry in the last 6 months. Okay, it's getting interesting now. All right. Now, this last one sounds fun, but I'm also serious about it. Okay. I followed at Interswitch Group and Akola on social media, be honest. So the problem is, how have you attended career fair organized by Interswitch and you don't follow Interswitch? Because you don't know. Okay, all right. Put your hands together for yourself and sit down. Thank you. Now, the honest truth is, standing, if you stood all through, is not a win, actually. It just gives you insight. Does that make sense, right? And sitting is not a weakness either, but it gives you awareness. Now, the reason I asked you to do that fun exercise is for you to remember that Africa's talent ecosystem cannot be enabled without self-aware individuals. It's a good place to clap if you want to clap, actually. See, everything starts with self-awareness. Even leadership starts with self-awareness. There are 3 levels of leadership. Leading self, leading others, leading business, and it starts with what? Leading self, self-awareness. Even relationship, emotional intelligence has 5 domains. Self-awareness, self-management, self-motivation, relating with people and building empathy. Everything starts with self-awareness. Listen to this. If you don't know yourself, what job are you applying for? If you don't know your strengths, your skills, your abilities, your calling, your purpose, What are the jobs you're applying for? You know why a lot of people struggle to defend themselves when they attend interviews? It's because you've just shown up to attend an interview. And then what we can see all over you, to be honest, thanks, Chioma, for talent acquisition lead. Thanks for presenting such powerfully. A lot of people interviewing you will know that you just came to get the job. Do you know that most people that came to get the job never get a job? Because you reek desperation. There's a confidence you carry when you really know the value you bring. And it starts from self-awareness. Have you noticed that when you have a job and you apply for another one, you are more confident in the other one? You know why? Because you know, say they know they chase you from the other one, right? Oh, you don't know I can speak pidgin. I speak small now. Because if they've not asked you to leave, you still have a place to go back to. But when you don't have a place to go back to, you reek desperation. And if you don't know yourself, you even appear more desperate. It's not good, right? Now, Chioma did a great job expounding the talent paradox, and I'm going to just touch on it lightly because she did a great job already. I want to show you a few things quickly. Now, the latest research shows that Africa's youth population is 68%, which means people younger than 35. Now, it fluctuates every year, by the way, so if you've seen another number, then don't worry about that. And youth employment in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, so sub-Saharan Africa will be your east, west, your southern Africa, anything below the Sahara, right? Excluding North Africa. And employment rate is 40%, 40.5% youth employment rate. Global average is 33%. And someone might ask, but that looks great. It's better than global average. But let me link it back to what Chioma said. Many of those jobs are not real jobs. They are in informal settings, right? The jobs you don't want to apply for, right? And again, it gets worse if you look at the next slide. The next chart is this. So we then have, of that number, we have 51.3% people who are undereducated. In other words, you've been hired by, I believe in grace and mercy, but God can only sponsor nonsense forever. For sometimes. God doesn't sponsor nonsense all the time. So the fact that mercy and grace get you the job, you better allow skill to help you keep it. You feel me? Sorry. Right. So 51.3% of people are undereducated, sorry. The second group of people, they are underskilled. And they are underskilled because we know when they get a job, they show up and we suddenly realize, oh no, we hired the wrong person. You know, this happened many years ago. I worked in Namibia. And while I was working in Namibia, I gave a lady who is an senior HR officer to do an exercise for me. We had trained some people and then they did not merge the list properly. So I said, can you merge the list and put numbers? Well, someone did merge the list and then she needed to put numbers on Excel. And that thing took her 15 minutes and she was not done. And I got worried. Like, this thing should be done by now. Then I went to this auntie. I won't tell you the country she's from. She's not from Namibia, by the way. Namibians, I love you. And what this auntie was doing was 1, 2, 3. You know, out of my night, I was very, very rough then. I snatched the mouse and just dragged the thing down. You know what I'm talking about? You feel me, right? Because it's that easy. But she's a senior HR officer. So a lot of people have jobs, but they are underskilled. And many of you will say, But the point is, do you have the right level of skills to do the job you're applying for? And many of you have hopefully gotten the job because they didn't ask you some questions during the interview, but that won't keep you throughout the job. Then we have the last group. We have the last group of people who are then overskilled. And you tell me, well, how is that a problem? I'll tell you why it's a problem. It's a problem because the guys that are overskilled, they've just taken any job they can get. Right? Did you hear a few years ago when Dangote was hiring for drivers? and PhD holders applied, right? And then you wonder, why did they apply? People say there's no jobs. I actually disagree. I think they are not qualified enough for the job they should be applying for, so they've gone to apply for the one they can find. There are problems in Nigeria, don't get me wrong, in Africa. But that doesn't mean that you should be a victim, of such a thing. Follow me carefully. All right, let's go on. So this is not a lack of potential in Nigeria. Chairman did a very good job saying that. Or in Africa, it's a call for intentional investment in human capital for both the talent, yourselves, and the talent brokers. Interswitch. And to be honest, if this is all that Interswitch will do this year, don't you think they've done a great job? You should put your hands together one more time. You know why? Because they have created a forum for you to do your part. Now, your part is to build that skill. Follow me carefully. Your part is to build that skill. So, Africa, as a continent, can you help me? Africa as a continent is rich in human capacity, but under-leveraged by a shortage of human capabilities. There are two different things. Capacity is the people. We have a lot of young people. 68% are under 35. We probably, by my estimation, looks like we have over 1,000 people in this room. And guess God knows how many more. We have 3,000 people, right? How many more people are watching online, right? So we have human capacity. There are people here, educated. Few people still in school. Most of you are graduates. How come we are still talking about skills issues? Under-leveraged by shortage of human capacity. So opportunity exists, but many people, many youth cannot seize them. Of course, as Chairman mentioned, we have some systemic issues like education that is poor, doesn't necessarily guarantee employability, lack of skills, retention problem leading to brain drain, people that are jackpotting. And I know somebody was thinking about this in your mind, that you're standing, you don't have the right to talk about jackpot or not because you are not living in Nigeria. I'm reading your mind. I did not jackpot. All right? You know what Oreme mentioned? People that I was hired. They came to Nigeria to hire me. Right? You should put your hands together. Right? They came to this country to hire me. Right? I left for other countries, multiple countries, and they came to those other countries to hire me. You know what that means? I did not even apply for those visas. I did not pay for those flights. I did not pay for the initial accommodation. The people that hired me did that. But guess, before you think, oh, it's because you studied abroad. You didn't know people there, yeah? Better by far? That's how we roll. I was in a proper Ilorin boy. Well. Are you following me? Good. Now, there's something I want to just show you. Why is this important? You can put this responsibility on talent brokers, companies, government, platforms. But I want to show you something quickly. So I'm going to ask you to follow me as we do this. I'm going to skip that slide. Let's go back one step. One step, go back. I think there's a lag or something. Thank you. Let's stay here. You want to speak with me again? Let's do this. What car is that? Who said that? You know your car. I like that. It's a Bugatti. Not just a Bugatti, it's a Bugatti Chiron. That car is a $3.2 million car. Say amen. Okay, let's go. I don't have one. Let's go on. Now, that car can go between 375 to 380 kilometers an hour. Who is the other man in the middle? I think you see the fastest man living. He can go 47. His fastest time for this 4.72 kilometers an hour. Now, can you see the other car? It is still a Bugatti. But there are how many people pushing it? 2 people pushing it. So let's assume 2 people decide to push a Bugatti. 2 Usain Bolt decides to push a Bugatti. How fast can it go? Anybody? Say, be bold. 375? The speed of at max the speed of Usain Bolt, right? Meaning the car cannot fulfill its potential if people are pushing it. So let's reverse the case. Usain Bolt gets in the driver's seat. 1, turns on the ignition and decides to slam on the gas. How fast can that car go? Thank you. Your math is good. This is a calling for you to step in the driver's seat of your life and stop waiting for people to push you. See, motivation is overrated. Research has shown repeatedly that people cannot motivate other people per se. All you get is goosebumps, and you start to keep shouting, yeah, yeah. And when you get out of that place, what did he say? You cannot remember. But you know what happens when true change takes place is when it comes from your inside. When you decide to wake up and get to the driver's seat of your life. So, I'm going to show you 4 archetypes of talent. And the 4 archetypes of talent will show you different kinds of talents we have in Africa. And I've asked the question, who are you becoming? Because if you know where you fall, then you know what you can shape. Does that make sense? Let's go. The first one is the people I call the strength seekers. The strength seekers are people who are self-aware of their skills. They're good. They are some of the people that stood up at the beginning. I know my strengths and I add value. Sometimes what that leads to is high overconfidence that stagnates you. Because you can't do anything else other than that. Then you have the second group of people, the strength-trapped people. They are overly loyal to one skill. You know, I've seen people go to school to study medicine. Any medical doctor here who is trying to pivot, they hardly come show up in this kind of a place. I tell you the truth. There are some courses that people take that make them become excessively arrogant and also very, very, very unsuccessful. Because the course you study in school should not limit you. It should be a spring behind your heels and help you. Then we have a third group of people. Opportunity chasers. Opportunity chasers are only focused on global migration. You just want to jackpot. You know, I was speaking few weeks ago back home, and I was teaching some people who do not really speak the way we speak. And I said, you just really want to jackpot? And they said, what are you saying? And I had to say it in English. You just really want to jackpot. Right? And then we spoke about it, people that kind of, focus on migration and things like that. Do you realize that people that focus on migration, your life just goes to stand still? Really stands. You don't make progress anymore. And then you have the fourth group, the people I call the evolving architects. The evolving architects are people who are adaptable, they are grounded, and they're collaborative. Do you know the paradox of some sort here is that the real people making changes and the real people, the organization you're trying to chase are looking for are the adaptable, evolving architects. All right. The evolving architects, they don't just build career, they are building our continent, Africa. They're curious, they're cross-skilled, they can do a lot of things. They don't have fixed mindset, they have growth mindset. They network, they're values-driven, I beg your pardon. And they learn to balance ambition and contribution. Ambition and contribution. Just follow me carefully. All right, I want to do something else with me quickly. Why don't we do an exercise together? I want to tell you my story. And I want to tell you my story as an evolving architect. Make sense? You're going to do it with me? All right, cool. Let's tell the first part of the story. So, I'll share a dilemma. When I left school, I graduated from University of Ilorin. Well, when I got into school, I beg your pardon, to study geology and mineral science. And yes, I'm in HR, right? Geology and mineral science. By my third year, I met a mentor who then, took me to some exercises and guided me, and we realized that actually my destiny is not for speaking to stones, but for speaking to humans. So I knew geology was not a thing for me. So that gave me one of my very first real life issue. Now, this is the part you're going to help me solve. What should I have done at that point in my life? You have options on the right. Number one, change my course immediately to something aligned with my strengths. Drop out of school and chase what I love. After all, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out. Let's go on. Finish my degree and pivot later. And number four, continue my course while building my strengths in parallel. Number one, anyone that chose one, say yay. Few ones, two, say yay. Three, choose yay. Four, say yay. All right, good stuff. All the fours, you are super correct. Let's put your hands together for yourself. It's a trivia. Now, what I did was, I decided to continue my program while building my strengths in parallel with that. So you're very right. But that was my very first lesson in leadership. The fact that finish strong, but never ever stop building what matters. Finish strong, but never ever stop building what matters. So you have to, there are many things you want to do, but don't stop the things so there are many things you can do now, but don't stop the things that you really want to do. I think Franklin kind of triggered this, so I'm going to say this, that if you are faithful in a little, much will be committed to you. Some people say, I don't know my purpose. I don't know what I'm called to do. The one you are doing right now, do it well. You follow me? But I feel highlights of that season in my life. Like I said, I got a mentor. So someone was guiding me. Someone was coaching me, leading me, helping me rethink my career. Do you really have a mentor? Some people say they have a mentor. You don't have a mentor. You have someone, you read their books. That's not a mentor. Find someone who has gone the journey you want to go and listen to them perpetually and do what they ask you to do. That is a mentor. Now, for the Gen Zs in the house, let me remind you, your mentor is not supposed to chase after you. You are supposed to chase after them. Your mentor is not your, if I say mother, it sounds like, he's not your mom. So don't expect someone to pat you on the back. That's not why they are there. Number two, strength. I found my strength. And I'm going to just run through quickly the framework that helped me find my strength in that instance. Is a framework SIGN, S-I-G-N. S stands for success. I stands for instinct. G stands for growth. N stands for need. In other words, everything I've been successful at doing is an indication of my strength. Everything I instinctively look forward to doing is an indication of my strength. Everything I grow at doing is an indication of my strength. Everything that meets a need is an indication of my strength. So I unpacked all of them, right? Then the last one is skills. Skill is not knowledge. Knowledge can be gained by education. Skill is gained by practice. And this is why a lot of people don't get employed. Because when you show up for the interview, you talk about knowledge. Listen to this. The proof that you can do something is that you have done it before. Just follow me carefully. We're changing this ecosystem and just improving on it. Okay, fine. Are you ready for another trivia? Let's go on quickly. So, dilemma 2. If you go to the next slide, please, for me. So I graduated and went to a city called Port Harcourt. Any Port Harcourt people here? Not here? Okay, fine. A few people. Great. Port Harcourt is very dear in my heart because I found my wife there, by the way. Yeah. So I went for NYSC, where I taught in a school, like many people taught in a school. I taught in a school. And I started applying for jobs because I studied geology. People expected me to apply into oil and gas. Port Harcourt is known for oil and gas, but I didn't because I knew what I wanted to do. I think I did one at Total, and I failed it. Yeah. But they gave me $500, So Total will give you money for transportation if you come for that test. Did they still do that? So I didn't pass the test, but they gave me $500. So as I was going home, I started encouraging myself in the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like, I failed, but I have $500. You know, but that's good, that's good, that's good. I can't remember what I used it for, but I got $500. This was many years ago, right? So after NYC, I waited for many months, didn't get a job. I was broke. I was frustrated, but I wasn't idle. I spent my time reading books, connecting with my mentor, serving others. I served like crazy, really served. Expanding my network, still no job. Then came another critical choice I needed to make. So you helped me make it. What should I have done next in that situation? Let's flow. Number one, go for a master's in strategic management in the United States. Stay in Port Harcourt and keep applying for jobs. Move back to Ilorin, all right? I'm going to enjoy my father's house to save cost and find something local. Double down in Port Harcourt, apply, build capacity, and network. All the ones say yay. 2 say yay. 3 say yay. 4 say yay. All right, I wish to tell you that you are confidently wrong. Actually, I decided to jackpot. But, oh yeah, I applied, and I traveled all the way from Port Harcourt through night bus to Lagos. I got there very early. Of course, very early in the morning, Walter Carrington Street. You know that place, right? I wore, no, not suit. I wore coat, and I went to the front confidently, and I said everything I needed to say. And the lady said, "We're very sorry. We're going to reject you." And they rejected me. I don't know what they gave me, green or pink. You know that letter, right? They gave me one of them, and then I walked out. But when I walked out, I found a lot of people, the Association of the Rejected. So we met. I'm like, don't mind those people. Don't mind them. They da. But while I was there, I called my mentor, and he said something. Just like in your case, Oreme, he said, "Do you want to work with me?" I said, "Yes, I would like to." It wasn't a place I would have loved to work because it wasn't big. So I said, "If you return to Port Harcourt today, you start working tomorrow." And then I went back to Port Harcourt. I started working with him. And that was how my journey in the corporate actually started. Does that make sense to you, right? So I went back to the place and started, I started engaging. But there are a few things I learned in that process. I'll share with you. The fact that a lot of people are looking to find opportunities, but actually, in many instances, opportunities can be created. How did I create an opportunity with my mentor? When I told you I was always reading leadership books and comparing notes, I was doing that with him. Let me tell you how I met him. I was a teacher at my church, like a Sunday school teacher, and one day he showed up, and he was in my class. And after a while, he thought, you have something in your head. And we started engaging. Oh, by the way, I was in Port Harcourt just last week, and I was with him. I still call him chairman till today, right? In fact, he calls me his first son. Oh, he's just a few years older than me. Well, not few, maybe like 10 plus older than me. So he cannot really be my father, but he calls me his first son. Do you get where I'm coming from? So I learned opportunity can be created. And how do you create opportunity? Follow me carefully. Is by combining what I call the 3 V's: value, visibility, and valence. You hear that? Value, visibility, and valence. So first of all, back to finding your strength, understand the value you bring. Understand the value you bring that most people cannot bring. And secondly, make that value visible to the right people. Make it visible to the right people. A lot of times, there are a lot of people with a lot of brilliance. You're shining, but nobody can see you're shining. And the last word is not a popular word. It's a word used in psychology called valence. Valence is about emotional resonance and relational gravity. In other words, you can connect with people. Like they say, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. If you show up here, listen to me. Are you here to get another job, or you are here to transform this place? 23 years must have been because people stayed here to make it work. You understand, right? If you are just here to collect the money, then you're in the wrong place. And we will know. People will know, right? Value, visibility, and valence. Let's do another dilemma, then I'm moving to close. Are you ready? Number 3. So, eventually, I got a job with him in consulting, right? And I later got a job in banking. My first job in banking was in Standard Chartered Bank. And then I moved from Standard Chartered Bank to Stanbic IBTC. But my passion, I was in sales. So I was in oil and gas, energy finance, oil and gas sales. I was in, at some point, private banking. So I was in sales. So my passion for learning and talent and leadership kept growing stronger. So what I did was to spend the weekend speaking. I mentored people. I was always flying between Port Harcourt and Lagos because there were things happening. I had to come speak and all that. Then one day, tell us, say one day. Good. Some of the colleagues in the learning and development team, they visited Port Harcourt. When they visited Port Harcourt, what should I do? What do you think I did? Number 1, I greeted them warmly and went back to my desk. Number 2, I invited them over to my house for dinner. By the way, I was married now this time. Number 3, I just said hello to them and I moved on. Number 4, I did nothing. All the ones say yay. 2 say yes. 3 say yes. 4 say yes. Okay, all the 2s, by the way. Are you correct? Yes, you're right. Put your hands together for yourselves. Who does that? So I invited them to my home for dinner. I pleaded with my wife. I said, all you have to do is to cook for these people. So they sat at my house. They were wondering what they were there for. I showed them the album. It wasn't very big, so they finished it quickly. Then I put in something to entertain them. Guess what I used to entertain them? The video of me speaking and training. Guess what? They were like, oh, no, you speak? Oh, you train? And you do this? So they finished that and went back to Lagos and told the learning and development head, oh, there's a guy in Port Harcourt who also trains. Months after that, a job opened up in learning and development. Guess who they came calling? That is the power of visibility. I read something in a marketing book many years ago. No matter how beautiful a building is, if people cannot find a way to get there, they won't come. Many of us are so talented. You know a lot of things, but people don't have a clue because they can't see it. You need to apply the law of visibility. You feel me? You need to apply the law of visibility. So you create value, visibility, and let relationship. Of course, that night they had a lot of food in my house. My wife had to do a lot of catering, and I had to beg her for that. You know, I still owe her today, many years after, but that's fine. Okay, that is my story of being an evolving architect. And that's what you need to be. Someone who keeps learning. Someone who keeps growing. You know, the power of growth mindset. See, the problem of fixed mindset is that you think you are there. You think you have everything to get hired. But the power of growth mindset is the power of not yet. Tell someone, say not yet. Can you do this? No, I can't because I didn't study that. With growth mindset is I can't do it yet, but I can learn to do it. And guess what? As a Nigerian, for non-Nigerians, forgive me, but all the Nigerians in the room, as a Nigerian, you have that naturally. It's the power to go back and learn something and come back and show that you've known it. Now you can do it. So how do you build that capability? I'm going to show you a framework quickly. It's the 4B framework of, thank you. The first thing is to buy. Buy. So what are you doing? You are accessing credentials and knowledge. You're buying. Although I have a PhD in leadership and org development, I am currently going through a program at Stanford in AI-driven leadership. Why do you think I'm doing that? You can clap if you want to clap. That's good. You can clap for me. But that's not what I'm saying. Why I'm doing that is I know a lot about leadership, but I need to know about AI-driven leadership because that's a new space. You have to buy. You have to invest in yourself. Certifications. conferences, career fairs like this, books. I actually put a premium subscriptions because if it's not free, sometimes some people never go for it. Let me tell you one thing. If something is free for you, you are the product. I'll go on. Selah. Number 2, build. Learn by doing and teaching. Volunteer somewhere. Take on side projects. Take on stretch assignments. I told you before, the proof that you can do something is that you've done it before. But if you don't have a job, you won't have that experience. People say they want people with experience, but how will I have an experience when I don't have a job? Volunteer to do it free somewhere. Volunteer to do it free somewhere. Number 3, borrow. Level relationships and communities. Get a mentor, connect with yourself. There are at least 4 people you need for you to be successful. Number 1, you need a mentor, you need a peer, you need a student, you need a cheerleader. And finally, just use ChatGPT and learn from it. I'm going to end with this. I see you there. That's why I'm rushing now. I'm going to learn with this. So, can you help me move it forward a little bit? Thank you. What I want to leave you with is this. The fact that you need to own your growth and understand the will and skill matrix for talent. Because sometimes the problem is not skill. Allow me to say that for a lot of people, the problem is a will problem. Will is attitude, motivation, and things like that. Now, I believe these slides are going to be made available to you. You need to learn to skill up relentlessly. If you have high will and low skill. If you have high will and high skill, it means you're ready for opportunities. It is time to make those skills visible. If you have low will and low skill, it is time to reset yourself totally. If you have low will and high skill, you need to ask yourself, I've got some skills. Why am I losing motivations? Am I in the wrong space? Am I applying in the wrong place? Am I even pursuing a career I don't have interest in? Don't forget my SIGN. Success, instinct, growth, and need. Let me ask you to please do this for me, please. 2 things I want you to do for me. Take it away. Take a photograph of it. Number 1, when you leave this place, what one skill do I need to grow in the next 90 days? And number 2, who will I connect with this week to expand my network or gain feedback? On that note, thank you very much for having me. And let's stay in touch, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think he deserves a standing ovation for that wonderful speech. Please, can we give him a lusty applause? If you thought that was amazing. Thank you so very much to our guest speaker, Dr. Harry Akinola. You may please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That was an amazing session, wasn't it? So many nuggets to take home and apply. Action plan, right? I could go on and on. So many things instead stood out for me. Where you need to start is ask yourself, where are you in your career? Where are you in your career journey? Africa's continent is rich in human capacity, under-leveraged by a shortage of human capacity. Finish strong, but never stop building what matters. I'd like to add, nobody will pay you for what they don't know you do. So they can only pay you for what they know that you do. Be visible. Tell your neighbor, be visible. I can't hear you. Say it again, be visible. Yes. Thank you once again, sir, for that wonderful speech that you just gave to us, Dr. Harry Akinola. We appreciate you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize a few dignitaries that have joined us at this wonderful career fair this year. When I call their names, I want you to give them a resounding applause and celebrate them because they've joined us and they're here today. please celebrate with me the Executive Vice President, Corporate Communications and Marketing at Interswitch Group. Please put your hands together for Cherry. Thank you, Cherry, for joining us. Also join me to make welcome Senior Vice President, Interswitch Group, Titi Shogaola. Thank you for joining us, Titi. And of course, the number one man walked in whilst the session was going on. The one that saw a vision and decided to run with it. The one that for over 2 decades has constantly been at the forefront of innovation and excellence. Please celebrate with us and welcome to our midst our Group Managing Director, the one and the only, Michel Elebe. Please a round of applause for him better. Celebrate our loving GMD. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Michel, for joining us. Don't worry, DJ, you will still play that one for him when he's coming up. Don't worry about it. Just keep it in your arsenal. You will play it for our loving GMD when he's coming up for his session. How has it been so far, everyone? Are you ready for more? No. You don't sound like you're the best audience in the world, the most energetic. Are you ready for more? Love it. We're not playing here at Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. It's been one after the other, and it promises to be exciting. We're moving on quickly to our next session because our time is really fast spent. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is on trends and insight. That's our next topic, insight and trend session. And we're going to be bringing to you insight and trends in tech and career positioning, basically, right? So it's a 2-part. We're speaking to HR professionals. Do we have HR professionals in the room? Wave to me. Yes, we do. And we definitely have talents also in the room. So this session will cater to both HR professionals and the talents seated in the room. We need to bring to you the insight that would help you better source for talent, manage, and of course, help in continuous development of talent. And of course, for the talent seated in the room, this will help you learn how to transition from being just an employee to being a talent. So this is a session that you should really pay rapt attention to. All right, don't pay us money. We don't need your money. What we need from you is your attention. So if you want to pay us your attention this afternoon. And our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is not your regular tech guy. He's a trend tracker and a strategy architect, and low-key a crystal ball for what's about to be a revolution in career and innovation. And I'm going to be reading to us a citation at this point. Lanre, the CEO and co-founder Optimus AI Labs, brings nearly 2 decades of expertise in tech, business, and marketing. With a stellar career shaping brands and driving growth in Nigeria, Lanre has held key leadership roles at Interswitch, Cellulant Nigeria, Seedmark Technology, and System Specs. His leadership spans high-impact positions, including Vice President and Group Head function at Interswitch, Country Business and Marketing Officer role at Cellulant Nigeria, and Head of Marketing and Communication at Seedmark Technologies. An alumnus of the Lagos Business School's Senior Management Program. Ladies and gentlemen, Lanre holds a master's degree in strategic marketing from the Metropolitan School of Business and Management in the UK, and the degree in political science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in Agoiwoye. Lanre's extensive experience in management, governance, and leadership position him as a driving force in innovation and business excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, you know how we do it here now at Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. We celebrate all our speakers with a lusty applause. Join me again to welcome to the stage for trends and insight in career, helping everyone seated here have a better clarity to what it is about the talent ecosystem. Please make welcome CEO, Optimus AI Lab, Lanre Basamta.
Thank you. Please have your seats. I'm assuming you can hear me, right? There's so much heads that I'm trying to find my words. Okay, I want to start by saying, Franklin, thank you again for the invite, and it's good to see all of my bosses, starting from Mitch and Cherry and everybody else. Thank you for inviting me. Interestingly, this is my third attendance at the Interswitch Career Fair. This is the fourth edition, but I'm attending here for the third time. And it's a thrill to say I'm ex-Interswitch myself. When we started, or when I joined into the room, I heard Oreme was talking about the fact that one of the qualities that makes Interswitch not just different in outlook, but also in culture, is that Interswitch is one of the very few companies that will be willing and excited to celebrate one of their ex-staff, and they constantly bring me here to talk about things I've learned, not just at Interswitch, but at Away. So I want to say thank you for always inviting and always bringing me here. Thank you so very much. Yeah, so I don't have a lot of time. I think I have just about 20 or so minutes. So I'm going to try to rush my session. And one of the things I noticed when I came in is that, virtually all the speakers are saying not too very far things. We're talking about the talent paradox, okay? The major difference between my session and the ones that have gone just before me is that I'll be talking about trends that I would like you to track. I'm sharing trends not because I have time to source for these trends. I'm sharing it particularly because just having an understanding and an awareness about this trend is going to help your career, okay? It's helped me, not just in the past, but it continues to help me today. And I hope that very much like myself, you'll be very interested not just in knowing these trends, but also honoring them. I'm just talking 4 or 5 things. Interestingly, when I saw the topic, I was giggling, right? So when we talk about talent, everybody assumes that we're talking about them. No. Okay? Let's start from the beginning. Let's imagine that there are 3,000 people in this room. By design, I'm not sure we're going to have up to 600 people as being talented. By design, talent is always scarce. Hello? And so my objective is to help you as a person, if you're in a career, you're in a job building a career, to transit from just being an employee into a talent, right? Because by design, talent is always scarce. So I'll be talking about the crisis that we have. Look at all the heads, millions and millions of people, but the talents are always and often scarce. We're going to talk about the fight back, okay, the pillars of talent building and sourcing, and then what exactly you can do to grow your positioning as a talent. So let's start from, I typically like to start my sessions with a single quote. Just give me a moment. Yeah. And the reason why I'm starting with this is, if you don't remember anything after now, my hope is that this is going to force you to think reflectively about the whole concept of talent and how it matters to you. So here it says, talent is universal, but opportunity is not. And a lot of the time, it is opportunity and willingness that creates the environment for talent. Because I work with young people and I talk to them, I like to use a lot of illustrations and examples. Because if you get the example, then you can get what I'm saying. Just think about football for a moment. Think about those football clubs at the peak of their performance and the very fortunate ones that are fortunate to raise new talents. You would find that there's something constant about their ability to raise talent. It's first an environment that allows talent to thrive, but also the willingness of those guys. And so even though talent is universal, you will find that if there's no opportunity and an environment, those talents will not thrive. What then is the problem? Imagine that talent is a universal concept. Not just concept, but a universal reality. In Nigeria, more than any other place, the average population in Africa, I think the same as in Nigeria, is 19.2. Meaning that an average Nigerian is about 19 years. So why is it that a country is blessed with people still struggling with talent? How is it that a country of many young people were struggling to fill roles? I never used to believe it, but now I run a very small company with about 45 persons. And when anybody in the company resigns, it takes us about 6 to 7 weeks to fill the role. I can't deal with that. I mean, this is just a small company that you would have thought, oh, immediately you announce it on LinkedIn, or I talk to my friends that I'm looking for. You would imagine that almost automatically you are going to find a replacement. It doesn't happen. So how is it that we claim tons of Nigerians without job, but there are tons of jobs not being filled? And even the ones that are filled, they're not properly filled. How does that resonate with you? It only speaks to the concept that although you might have a lot of heads, there are not too many talents around. Do you get that? How is that possible? I mean, like I was saying, almost 70% of Nigerians are under the age of 30. 42% are under the age of 15. Yet, we have massive disengagement between these potential numbers of people and the potential number of roles that needs to be filled. Why is this so? And that is where the paradox starts. Okay? Yeah. So the question is, why? I mean, why do we have this gap? How is it possible that you can be standing under the rain and you are not wet, yet you remain thirsty? I mean, that feels like the scenario we find ourselves. It's clear that education as we currently have it is not doing the job. I mean, before we thought it was education, so Nigeria started licensing a lot of schools. Now we have so many. I mean, just 2 days ago, I was counting the number of universities alone that we have. There are more than 250 universities. So we have a lot of schools, a lot of certificates, but I mean, we still are not getting sufficiently educated, at least to take on the jobs. Much more than that, the trainings are not working. I'm talking generally. Okay, I'm going to talk some bit about my experience in Interswitch. But the trainings, as we have them today, they are not working. Even the training platforms. I mean, today, because most of us are in tech, what you hear is that somebody has gone to learn 6 weeks product management, and they say they have a degree in product management, yet they don't have a clue, right? So the trainings are not working for some reason. But much more than that, reward, compensation, recognition is not marrying to performance. It's hard, because even performance is hard to measure. I mean, a world where people work from home, you are not sure if they are watching Netflix or they are doing the work, it's very hard. So the way we reward people is not connected in quantitative terms to the kind of work that they do. Okay? And then we have the elephant in the room, which everybody has talked about. It's alarming. I mean, I was talking 2 days ago about talent exit in Nigeria, and I was saying that my read of it is that about 50% of Nigeria's talent has exited in the last 5 years. Now, I know you disagree. I'm not talking about people. Remember, there's a difference between people and talent, just as there's a difference between employees and talent. My read of it is that those numbers of persons who are very qualified and supporting the Nigerian economy from 2019 to now, maybe 50% of them have left. That's massive. And what that means is that without thinking about it, we are investing in talent here, and those talents are developing other economies. While we continue to starve on productivity, we continue to starve on growing our companies and growing our economy, which is alarming, okay? Now, if you move away from this, then the question is, what are the consequences? I mean, think about it. We're talking about the talent paradox, a country filled with so many potentials, a nation filled with so many young people, yet we have our economy not being, seriously starved of resources. We have our companies not being properly resourced. We have productivity at its lowest valley. What are the potential consequences? The first one is that we have significant gaps. I mean, aside from every one of us running to LinkedIn and saying that we are CEO of something, I'm not sure there's a company, an institution today who do not have a lot of roles that are yet unfilled. I can imagine if Franklin was here, he's probably going to tell us maybe up to 5-10% of his roles are unfilled today. I mean, everybody says they're looking for jobs, but I think one of the most unfulfilled roles in the last few years must be HR. How do you feel interviewing 10, 20 people and none of them are qualified? Think about it. It's deeply frustrating, right? So we have significant professional and skill gap. I mean, not just in one company, in the whole country. The next one is that our productivity is like this. I mean, how many of us have noticed the significant gap in service quality? Not just in banking, but in telco, in different sectors of our economy. It's because those guys who used to support the economy, many of them left. And so today, we have roles that needs to be filled that are not filled. We have processes that needs to be manned that are not manned. Okay? If you look just below that, it is little wonder that our economy is where it is. Okay, in terms of growth. I mean, this year, the projection is that our economy grows 3.2%, but think about it. Think about 3.2% growth of this economy competing with all the other macroeconomic issues that we're facing. If you look beyond that, we have perpetuating poverty, and you know where poverty thrives, you know the things that thrives there. Illnesses, ethnic clashes, internal terrorism, all of these things that Nigeria has been battling with just because talents that could have helped are not available to help. Okay? Because we're not seeing growth, we're seeing a lot of issues. But it's not all bad news. It's not all dark news. The truth is, many institutions, many organizations are seriously fighting back, but how exactly are they doing that? Okay? So, the first one is now that we know that not everybody is a talent, yet organizations continue to need talent, so what are they doing? How are they fighting back the current issues that we have? The first one is that in the talent play or in the talent game, there's such a new rule. Before, it used to be that you wait for graduates to leave the universities, and then they go for NYC, and then when they come in, we used to run something that is called graduate training program. I mean, that's what I joined when I first left the uni 21 years ago. I mean, everybody joins a graduate training program. Well, today, the game has changed. You find that, and I want to say, I mean, if you don't mind, a round of applause to Interswitch for just changing the game in this talent sourcing game. Interestingly, as a person, I personally learned from Interswitch to run my company differently. Okay, so the first AI, and I'm running an AI company now, the first AI engineer I recruited him right from the university in Landmark University. Okay, I went to Landmark University, I was invited to speak at their career there, and I found maybe the best AI engineer in our company when we first recruited him. It's clear that if performance is going to be the benchmark of working, then you are not going to have to wait for people to graduate first, to go to NYC. You have to think about talent sourcing differently. So you have Interswitch. I mean, I saw it recently when Interswitch went to Landmark. Then I spoke to the guy. Because the guy in Landmark was the one who invited me. I see Interswitch going all around. And I think it's a different way we have to think about sourcing. I mean, my technical assistant today is just finished from one of these private universities in Lagos. I recruited him when he was just in his final year. Because I found him to be quite different and very enthusiastic about the role. You would find that even though you have graduated and you're still looking for jobs, some guys will be in the university, they will get employed for the role that you are praying for. Why? Because the talent game has completely changed. If you think that, oh, you got into the university before some guy, you're going to get a job before him, it's no longer the same. If they can prove value, they're going to get jobs before you, unfortunately so. Remember I said I wasn't talking to everybody. The question is, are you going to be a talent? The next one is training. Like I said, it used to be that you needed to train one-on-one. You send them to training. Even while I was at the Switch, we used to plan training. We have training calendars. And then you ask them, what are you? Does it occur to you that we're actually doing mass training, skill training today, right now? That's what we're doing. And why is that so? It's because the way we've been equipping and skilling and training is not as efficient as it used to be. And the problem, the size is like this. So if you want to continue to skill and train, it has to be en masse, and you have to think of tools and platforms that are going to help you to train in a different way, such that the people you are training, they become skilled up quicker to be able to contribute. And then the more critical one is some of the things we are seeing today is called talent sharing. Okay? I can imagine that this is not going to work in Nigeria the way it should work, but we just recruited 2 employees out of Canada, and they are not even full staff of ours. Why did we do that? They have skills that we need, but we're not able to pay them fully immediately. I think that this is not just a trend in the gig economy. Everybody says that this is a gig economy opportunity. I think not. I think that as we step into the future, we'll start seeing talent in this respect. The talents, some of them may not be loyal to your cause, but so long as they are going to be able to perform in a way that you can measure their outcome, then talent and skill sharing is going to be a trend that you're going to see in the future. The truth is, are you going to be ready for it? All right? Now, if you move away from this, there's a model that allows you to look at talent just a bit differently. This is strictly more for HR persons, so I'm not going to waste time here. The whole framework of this talent game is about how you source, which is what I talked about briefly, how you equip or skill. The third one is performance. And performance is such a big problem, particularly in this remote work world where you don't know what they're doing, or where for many people their work is not quantitatively measured. The truth is, performance management and measurement is going to be the trust of how employees are measured going forward. And of course, the last one is reward. I'm going to quickly move and share maybe another 2 slides, and then I'm going to land this, if you don't mind. Okay. I want to go to the one that matters to you, so pardon me as I focus on that slide so that I can round it up. Okay? So the question is, what should you do? I mean, if I'd had the time to go through all of the slides, you'll be asking me, so what exactly should I do? And that's where I want to spend some time, and I'm going to land. The first one is that you need to transit. I talked about that. Not everyone is fundamentally a talent. And so you need to transit from just keeping a desk or a seat warm and collecting salary. And how exactly should you do that? The first one, I'm just going to summarize, is that you need to have information about your organization way more than your role. For example, if I asked you, is there an HR person in the room? I imagine, right? Just raise up your hand. I'm not going to call you out. If I asked you, do you know how much your company made last month? Can you say confidently? That's beautiful. Because for many people, they only think about their role. They don't care about the company. If you really want to be more valuable, then you have to think more about what you do. The next one is you need to understand the external marketplace around which you work. So it's not just about your role, not just about your company. What are the opportunities and threats that are affecting your organization in a way that you can respond to it? If you moved away from there, the next one is, are you scaling up? I think the doctor spoke about that, Dr. Akola, so I'm not going to speak so much about that. There's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of obsolescence of old knowledge that we have to skill up so fast for us to be relevant for the world of work. Okay? Another trend that you're going to see now is something we call insourcing. Before, it used to be that for every new role or for every vacant role, HR and recruiters always have to look outside. There's a new phenomenon that's called insourcing, where organizations are constantly looking inwards. Are you positioning for that opportunity? And then I think the last one here is, be your own champion. As I round up, this is important. More than many, management leaders still make up their mind, not just based on fact, but also on perception. I mean, you would think that all you need to do is to work so hard, work so well, and get promoted. You'd have thought that. And if you don't get promoted, you say it's the village people or the boss does not like you. The truth is, perception, more often than not, is the measure of reality. And so I want to say this. If you are sure that you are contributing and contributing effectively, then you need to trump yourself up a bit. I mean, that's what LinkedIn is for. When you work and you work hard, mention it. Not just internally, but externally. Let your organization, your boss, your colleagues, but also the environment know that you are not just working, but you are contributing. Enough for them to find you valuable and recognize and reward you accordingly. Those are my final thoughts. Thank you so very much. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make that applause louder. Thank you so very much. The co-founder and CEO of Optimus AI Labs. Thank you so much, Larry, for that wonderful insight into the trends when it comes to talent acquisition and, of course, development. Thank you once again for bringing us that. HR professionals, did we get a thing or two from that? Love it. To everyone outside at the overflow, we want to say we're very sorry. We have quite a number of persons outside, over 100 people outside. So if you have a seat beside you, an empty seat, please wave to us so we can fill in people there. I noticed that we are keeping seats for some people that are not physically present. That's not okay. Let's be our brother's keeper. So if you have an empty seat beside you, just wave so our ushers can fix somebody in the... Okay, there's an empty seat here. So ushers, look around. We have empty seats scattered around the room so we can fix people there. Wave your hand again so we can see. There's an empty seat here. Any other? If you have an empty seat, please wave to us so we can fix people there. People are standing outside. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to our online viewers, thank you for still joining us. It's been amazing, and I know that you are having an amazing time as much as we are in the room. So before I bring up Group Chief HR Officer to do the honors of bringing up our next distinguished speaker, I want us to quickly do this together, everyone. This is a confession that I wrote myself, and I said I would come here to give it to you. So you can just always confess it, because confession reinforces conviction, and what you say is what you become. So I wanted to repeat these words after me. Today, I confess that I am worthy of greatness. I'm not here by mistake. I am here by design. I carry value, creativity, and purpose. The rooms I step into are better because I showed up. I am not intimidated by opportunity. I am ready for it. My career will not be ordinary because I am not ordinary. I confess that doors are opening for me and the right people are finding me. I have everything it takes to thrive, to lead, and to succeed. If that's your confession, put your hands together for yourself again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So, having our next session right about now, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's the topic of this next session, right? Well, I will not be doing the honors of bringing up our guest speaker. Please, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me the Group Chief HR Officer, Interswitch, Franklin Ali. If you don't clap, you will go back and come again. No. No. Wait, so DJ, mind yourself. It's not for Franklin. The conqueror is coming.
Please, I don't have another walk, At the end of the day, Jesus is the overall emperor and conqueror. If you agree with me, shout it. I was going to say shout hallelujah. All right. Before I introduce Michelle, I think when Gloria was doing a quick check with the audience, she randomly checked with people who are coming to this career fair for the 4th time. I think your consistency should count for something. So I personally like to meet with you. I don't know, please don't lie. We have seen you. So if this is your 4th career fair, can you stand? Okay, so I'm going to ask my colleagues to come to you where you are now so that we don't get things mixed up. So Chema, Idara, Chika, can you locate? There's a lady here. There are 2 people there. If this is your 3rd, can you join them? Your 3rd. Can you join them? Your 3rd. Can we do that quickly? Chema, Idara, all the HR guys, Nifemi, Sheung, I can see you, Moni. Can you just locate them, take their details? Please don't sit down if they don't write your name and contact number. God no go shame also. All right. So, someone asked me while we're preparing for this that why are we really doing a career fair? Considering the level of investment we are making, and as you can see, the speakers that we have here today, shout out to all our speakers. Can we just celebrate our speakers once again? This is the 2nd time we are privileged to have our group GMD and founder. We don't take it for granted, sir. This is also the 2nd time that Cherry is honoring our presence with Titi. I remember the first time Titi came. So please, can we celebrate Cherry and Titi? It means that it's a special one. So I said to the guy that actually, the reason why we invest in programs like this, amidst all the fancy stuff that Choma talked about, and a lot of things that have been said prior to now, is because this is the only touch point that some people have to connect with organizations. They don't know anybody. They don't know how to get through to them. But at fairs like this, they can see Oreme, see Cherry, see Charles, see Titi, see Lanre. Okay, there are two Lanres here, sorry, Olushola, and then Lanre, and meet with us, and then have the opportunity to pitch themselves and what they can do. So it's a beacon of hope for us. And speaking about beacon of hope, there's one man in this room that I do have regard for, and if you know me very well, I will not patronize you with words. When Oreme was speaking, and then Dr. Harry, I said to myself, I need to say to Mitchell, thank you for giving me an opportunity to do this. So if you walked in before I introduced Choma to take the opening and welcoming speech, I had said that I joined Interswitch as the head of talent acquisition, and then moved and moved and moved. You know the rest of the story. But Interswitch is the only organization where you don't need to know anybody to become somebody. And I'm saying that, I'm not telling you something that happens in Interswitch. I'm saying that's my story. I don't know anybody. I don't have any form of connection. I have Jesus is my connection. But today here I am. No discrimination. He gives us the opportunity to fly as high as we want to go, and he collaborates with us. All right? That's the man we're about to listen to. Mitchell is many things to many of us, different things to a lot of us in Interswitch. And I dare say that it's not possible that Mitchell did not get this vision about Interswitch from God. Because the things that Interswitch is doing in the lives of beyond its employees, I know spouses of Interswitch staff who have called me to say, I don't know what you people are doing in that organization, but thank you. So the impact is, I don't even know that Mitchell knows how far some of the decisions we are making at Interswitch, the impact in the lives of the employees, their families, and the community. So I decided to take Gloria's job again, to welcome him and usher him to take his session by telling this story. That what you're about to listen to, again, is the story of a man who probably went through some of the things you are going through right now, but decided to do things differently. It's the story of a man who, if he had ignored some of the things God had told him ab initio, we will all not be here today. When I say celebrate this man, I mean celebrate him. And no, this is not an appraisal issue. Even if I praise Mitchell from now till tomorrow, if he wants to give me 40, he will still give me 40. This is really about honoring a man who has personified humility, who has given opportunity to many to start from nothing to become what they are. Can we rise? Join me with all the energy that you can drag within yourself to welcome the group managing director and founder of Interswitch, Mitchell Elegwe. Come on, keep it coming, keep it coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please sit down. Good morning, everyone. You know, when Franklin begins to speak like this, I'm sometimes short for words. When I came in, I told Franklin, I don't know where you got this from, but this is not about recruiting people for Interswitch. You're actually changing lives. So I want us to say a very big thank you. I give a big hand applause to Franklin himself. It is one thing to dream, and it is something else to have people to execute the dream. Okay? Dreaming without execution is nonsense. So again, frankly, thank you. For those of you who are standing, those of you that have been here, is it, you said 3 times, 4 times? I know what that means because I'm in the spirit. Congratulations. Okay? The moment Franklin started talking, I knew where his mind was going. Now, I've said congratulations, but let me also say something to you. He says something. You don't need to know anybody, but you need to prove yourself. There's a book I read many years ago. It talked about how people take decisions. It's called Blink, okay? And the man said, sometimes the first impression you get is the correct one. So when I used to interview people into Interswitch, as soon as you walk into the room, I already know I'm taking you. So when I start to interview you, I'm waiting for you to disqualify yourself. Because by the time you get to see me, it means that you have gone through stages and they think you are good enough to work for the company. So it's not me deciding if you should work. I've already decided the moment you walked into the room. It is now left for you to seal the deal. Most times, you don't seal the deal. Most times, others seal the deal. So for those of you that I've said congratulations to, it is congratulations by faith. I'm hoping when you get opportunity to act, you will not destroy the faith that we have already put upon you. Is that okay? Good. Now, let's talk about, I have a testimony to give. You know, while I was coming, I was online following the proceedings, and Dr. Akola said something that, look, he did not jackpot. He was here when he was recruited from here. Okay? And I heard that. And I know some of you will be saying, it's not only one person. How many of us in the country? So that is my own experience too. I was here in Lagos, Nigeria. I applied to a local company. I didn't know anybody. I was invited for an interview. I heard there were thousands of people invited. So what did I do? I looked at my wardrobe. I made an assumption that that particular company needed a minimum of 2-1. So I looked at my class in Uniben, those of us that graduated, and I counted the number of people that graduated with 2-1. Then I looked at all the universities in the world, in Nigeria, and I tried to imagine if in my set, in all other universities, there are people like this that graduated with 2-1. And this company is a very good company that I know everybody wants to work in. I began to imagine the number of people that will apply for that job. So what did I do? I went to borrow a suit. I needed to show up properly. In our days, you have to go properly dressed for interviews. So these days, people come to me with face cap, we take them. It's the nature of the beast now. I had to go and borrow a suit. Check myself out to the mirror. And I felt, this is good, but it's not enough. I went to get a haircut because I wanted to go for an interview. After getting the haircut, it was good. I said, what if they see my dirty nails? I went to cut my nails. Because at this point, I realized that this Nigeria that I know, if it is talent, people that went to school, that have 2-1, there will be more than 1,000 of us vying for only 2 positions. So you need to use every available edge to prepare, to win. And that's what I did. So a gentleman called Guido Tomei came from abroad, along with his team. They did an interview at Echo Hotel. I went. I was lucky. I got taken. I went abroad. After 3 months, I realized this is not the job I wanted to do. Okay? Later, when I talk about Gen Zs, I was displaying Gen Z behavior. Creativity. I was a creative person. I went to school to study electrical electronics engineering. I wanted to create. I wanted to innovate. But I landed in a company that says you must follow process, business by the book. Don't change anything. We don't send you. Just do as we tell you. I was miserable. I was earning money in dollars, the kind of money I had not seen before. But I was not happy because I couldn't express myself. So after 3 months, I left the job. 3 months. That was my first trip abroad. And like Dr. Akola said, they paid my flight. They got me my passport. Everything I did, they paid for. I did not pay one thing. Where I was living in Scotland, in Livingston, was paid for by the company. My salary was just entering my account in dollars. My bank was a US bank. I did not approach the bank. The company opened the account for me. Are you with me? After 3 months, I left. When I was trying to leave, I called my people in Nigeria. They told me, that thing that they had done to you from the village, make sure. I thought these things don't cross the seas. How come they all cross? But I was not happy. I was in my age of creativity in a company where process, do as you are told, was required. So I left. I went to London, spent 1 month there. In 1 month, I went to all my friends that went to school with me, that studied engineering with me, that graduated with 2-1. And I asked them, what do you do in London? How do they survive for this town? One guy was working as a security guard. I said, you mean after all those calculus, all those differentiation and integration we did, it is security guard job you ended with? I asked another guy, what do you do here? He distributes parcel for Royal Mail. I think that's what they were called then. I said, with all this degree? Before I left Nigeria, I had a job in an IT company. I was doing good stuff. Yes, the money was not enough, but I was doing good stuff. And I was enjoying myself with that little money. So exactly 1 month after I left that company, 1 month in London, I entered the plane and I came back. I was not repatriated. I still had some months on my visa. And I came back to Nigeria to say, I'm going to die here. And I've been dying here and I refuse to die. A lot of things are happening globally. In my view, and I speak to some of my colleagues who have gone abroad, there's nothing wrong with abroad. Just remember that life is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Okay? So the decisions you take should not be taken based on this year, next year, and the year after. You have to think about when you retire. A lot of my friends, there's a gentleman that was supposed to join us in Interswitch when we started. He went abroad. He's back to Nigeria. He's built a home in Ikoyi. He's doing business. I asked him what happened. He said, when you get a certain age, abroad has nothing for you anymore. And most of us want to come back. But somehow, we destroyed the bridge that we used to go. So we're not quite sure how to come back. So I'm not against jackpotting. I'm saying jackpot with sense. And as you're going, know that the way the world is today is not the way it was a few years back. With Trump, there will be a lot of changes. And the world will never be the same, okay? So that is that. Let me now get into my proper... Let me get into my presentation. So when I was preparing for this, I asked Franklin, okay, you know what? This audience, what do they want? Are they looking for jobs? He said yes. I said, but we're not going to the interviews there now. I hope you guys are not deceiving people to come for talent fair and making them think they're going to get jobs. So I asked Tommy, my colleague, to go online to see what people are saying. You know, this way of social media, you can know what is happening. just by going online. So when we went online, we saw this. Somebody is hoping that when he lives here, he will get 2 new hybrid rows and 3 fully reboot rows. Huh? Somebody hopes to live here and requote this tweet with a new job story. So, as I start preparing, what do I now say to people who already have these expectations? So, the first thing is let me readjust the expectation. And there's a simple formula. I'm an engineer by training, so everything is by formula. So, there's a simple formula we use to readjust expectations. It's called S equals P minus E. Satisfaction is perception minus expectation. Your expectations are valid. I'm not trying to change it. If you need a job and you came here thinking you have a job, you need a job, it's your reality. I can't change it for you. So it's valid. Let nobody change or invalidate your expectations. But all I'm asking to do is to change your perception. Okay? The guys we said they should stand up today, they came here some years ago. They're back. Okay? I'm sure they didn't come here today hoping they will get a job because they've been here before they didn't get a job. So they have changed their perception. Okay? So if P minus E are both equal, it's 4. 4 minus 4 is 0. You are indifferent. But if P is 4 and E is 2, 4 minus 2 is what? Positive 2. Then you are, S will be positive, so you are satisfied. But if P is 2 and E is 4, 2 minus 4 is negative 2, then you are dissatisfied. How you live here today is a function of you, not me. Let's understand each other very well. Okay? So, in life, what I tell people, and I took this for something Dr. Akola said also, joy, he didn't use those words, but when I listened to him, this was what ministered to me. Joy comes from within, not from without. Nobody can make you happy. You are the only one who can make yourself happy. So stop looking for happiness from outside when it should come from within. And the way happiness comes from within is to temper your expectations or to adjust your perception so that you can live every day of your life a satisfied person. So I'm hoping by the end of today, no matter what you came with as expectation, you will leave here satisfied. You could have been in any place in Nigeria today. Hallmark, sitting down in a room, listening to people talk, is not one of the most exciting things to do. There are beaches to go to. There are parties to go for. But if you chose to come here, it's because you have an expectation. The least that can happen is that you leave here satisfied. And I do pray that you leave here satisfied. So, we are talking about talent paradox. We are in Lagos. We are in Victoria Island. An island is a piece of land surrounded by water. In this same Lagos, we have Lagos Island, another piece of land surrounded by water. But in Lagos Island, there are homes that don't have water. In Victoria Island, there are homes that don't have water, even though the entire island is surrounded by water. And if you have water, especially if you live in Lekki Phase 1, the water may be brown and not good for you. But there is water in abundance. It's the same thing with talent. There are talents everywhere. And there are jobs everywhere. We are looking for talent. Talent is looking for job. But when they meet, they don't align. Part of what we hope you get away from here today is how to align properly so that when you get opportunity for talent, your talent, to meet the job you want, that alignment happens. And it has to do with the kind of preparations that you make. I think that is what Franklin and the team we are trying to achieve. And because of the number of people here, I can tell you that this event is not meant for Interswitch to recruit people. Okay? From what I can see this year, we only have about 500 vacancies. There are more than 500 in this room. Okay? So let us understand. So there are vacancies, and we are looking for people. But you also need to be prepared when we meet, so that the opportunity you get, like the ones we talked about this morning, you don't lose those opportunities. So you can be in the midst of plenty and not have enough. And it is the paradox of life, not only in talent. And I want us to understand that fact. So we've defined what talent is, but I just want to quickly show you a video, because when I talk about things like this, I also am
Yakubu Gowon opened the 8.5 million.
Okay? So the video you are seeing on the screen told me there's no sound.
It is a predecessor to the 11.5 million naira box
it's a commissioning of
Gowon will
a car
open in
assembly
Lagos
plant in
next
Nigeria
Friday.
in 1975.
Built on a capacity to produce 20,000 cars per annum, it is owned by the federal government, Peugeot Automobiles of France, and a number of Nigerian shareholders. Gowon asserted the plant was a part of a fulfillment of his administration to the space industries across the federation. Moreover, he added that the creation of industries would benefit particularly the young people in acquiring expertise and technological skills without the need for them gravitating to urban centers such as Lagos.
Commissioned an assembly plant for Peugeot cars. Okay? In 1975. Some of us in this room were not born then. Okay? If the plans that this country had materialized, a lot of the challenges we are trying to solve today will not be there. But it is not a reason to lose hope. Government does not build countries. Politicians don't build countries. Human beings, individuals like you and I, build countries. There's one man called Dangote. He has built a refinery. Through his efforts, the impact of fuel prices could drop, and it will have spiraling effects on almost every industry, including the cost of Uber to come here. One man. The problem is we need more than one Dangote. We need many Dangotes in many areas. Cars can be manufactured in this country. Okay? We need people to go after them. And some of you in this room will be able to do it despite the challenges. But first of all, you need to take on that challenge yourself, that I really want to do great stuff. I was doing a research recently to say at what age did Fola Adeola, the late Tayo Aderoku, Tony Lumelu, Jimovia, all the billionaires we know today, at what age did they really take off? Not when they got their first job, when they saw an opportunity in their country and went for it. Go and check it out. They were all in their 30s. So if you are in this room and you are in your 30s, I'm asking you, what are you seeing? There's no country in the world where there's no corruption. Okay? The way I treat corruption is this, it's cost of sale. When I go to a bank to borrow money to do business, and they say the interest rate is 24%, I see it as corruption. But I'm not going to say I'm not going to do the business. All I will check is at 24% interest, can I still do this business and make profit? Don't allow challenges around you to weigh you down to the point that you refuse to move. So when we were growing up, when I was young, I was in secondary school, okay? I stood by the roadside to welcome Alhaji Shehu Usman Aliyu Shagari, who was then president, to a place in Warri called Delta Steel Company, which again is not doing too well. But as a young student in secondary school then, I saw a book called the Nigeria Industrialization Plan, where Nigeria talked about what the country should be many years from now. So I read it. Just by reading that book, I decided I wanted to become an engineer because there was a plan for industrialization. A few days ago, I was in Abuja, sat down with my chairman and the Federal Minister of Finance, and he talked about what the country was doing. There are opportunities being created today that some of us are not tapping into because we don't have faith that anything will come out of them. But there are opportunities. There are opportunities in the times of Tunde Lumelu, Jumovia, and all the others, and they tapped into them. If you go and check their history very well. There are opportunities today that you can tap into and you can be on your journey. But what came out of this, there are also disappointments. Again, don't forget, we're talking about the talent paradox. So when we went to school, we noticed suddenly that there was Federal University of Technology, Mina, Foot Owerri. There are a lot of foots coming up. Why? Because the country has said we are going to need technology and technology talent in the future. University of Ilorin was there. University of Benin was there. I was seeing courses like polymer engineering, metallurgical engineering, electrical engineering. There was no computer engineering then. They're not talking about computer engineering, but we heard about electronics and so on and so forth. Some of us decided we were going to study electrical electronics, which I did. My wife decided she was going to study chemical engineering. 5 years course, that later became 6 years due to ASU strike. By the time we graduated, there were no chemical engineering jobs. So we had gone to school to study stuff, but the industries that we thought would be in existence to cater for us were no longer in existence. So what do you do when you study something and you had hoped to apply for a job somewhere and suddenly it doesn't exist? What do you do? So growing up, I began to see that a lot of bank MDs actually had chemical engineering backgrounds. They had pivoted. My wife, direct chemical engineering, that had a 2-1, ended up working with people like Franklin in human resources. So I want to tell you that what you studied in school is necessary, but it's not necessarily important. The fact that you studied something, theater arts, for example, and the opportunities that exist are in tech, does not mean you cannot move into tech. And that's the thing Larry was talking about investing in education. Okay? I'm just trying to connect the dots with some of the things you have heard. You can pivot from what you study to what is relevant. And even for those of us who study technology, technology moves very fast. So it's a continuous learning and improvement process that we must all imbibe, okay? So some of you get jobs and you actually have expectations that are not realistic. So when I talk about things like this, I like to use myself as examples because most of your realities are my realities too. So this was my first pay slip. I was earning, after tax, I was paying taxes too, as you can see. After tax, what I got was 4,000 naira. That was my monthly pay slip. Today, it should not be enough to buy data for 1 month. Oh, somebody said 1 day. Okay. So I had just turned 30 when we started Interswitch. So when I start talking about that 30, what are you doing with 30s, I'm trying to pass the message across. Started Interswitch 3 years after NYC. So no experience. Some of you in this room have more experience. there was a desire to solve a problem. Nigeria has many problems to be solved. And our fathers, who are in their 60s or 70s, won't solve the problem. Those who solve the problems are those in this room. And you're not too young to pick a big problem to go after. It's the message I want to pass across with this slide, okay?
Don't worry. Any mistake is an income, is a wonderful revenue for you. So I told myself and told my young people, before 20 years old, be a good student. When you do entrepreneur, just learn some experience. Before 30 years old, follow somebody. Go to a small company. Normally in a big company, it is good to learn processing. You are a part of a big machine. But when you go to a small company, you learn the passion, you learn the dreams. You learn how to do a lot of things at one time. So before 30 years old, it's not which company you go, it's which boss you follow. It's very important. A good boss teaches you differently. And from 30 to 40 years old, you have to think very clearly, you're working for yourself if you really want to be an entrepreneur. When you're 40 to 50 years old, you have to do all the things that you are good at. Don't try to jump into the new area. It's too late. You may be successful, but the rate of dying is too big. So 40 to 50, think about how can you focus on things that you are good at. But when you are 50 to 60 years old, work for the young people. Because young people can do better than you. So rely on them, invest on them, making sure they're good. So when you are over 60 years old, spend time for yourself. On the beach, sunshine, right? It's too late for you to change normally. But this is my advice to the young people. 25 years old, make enough mistakes. Don't worry. You fall, you stand up. You fall, you stand up. Enjoy it. 25 years old, enjoy the show, enjoy the show.
오케이, thank you. 또 다음 질문 받겠습니다.
26살 예비 창업자 김유진입니다. 마인에게 질문 드리겠습니다.
Because what he just talked about is not different from what Dr. Akola spoke about. When he talked about getting a mentor. Okay? That is Jack Ma, okay? Alibaba, Alipay, if you know them. And he's basically pointing out at different stages in your life what you should ideally be doing. There are not many big companies in Nigeria that will employ all of us. So whether we like it or not, some of us will have to work for small companies. Larry said he's running a company with 40-something people. Interswitch, Larry's company is even bigger than Interswitch where we started. We were 15 in one building that people thought was too big for us. Today we're in about 9 buildings on the same street. It's not where you start from, it's where you end up. Stop holding back from launching out because everything is not clear. Everything will never be clear. Okay? Your dreams are not invalid. If they've come into your mind, maybe that is what you should chase. You make mistakes. Mistakes are okay. You learn from them and you move on. I tell young people, at any point in time, you don't have to know what you must do. Interswitch was not my first attempt, it was my third. Nobody talks about the first 2 that died. They only remember the one that survived. But yes, I tried one, it failed. I tried the second one, it failed. But everyone that failed, I learned a lesson. So in life, you must know what you must not do. But you don't have to know what you must do. But what you must not do, you must know. It helps to guide you, so I don't waste time. But once you know what you must not do, any other thing you can do. And even if you fail the first time, it's okay. pick yourself up, learn the lessons, and try the next one. My experience is that, from what I've seen, by the time you try the third time, it's very unlikely you will fail. The problem most of us face is that we don't start the first one. You are thinking about how much money you need. You can't see the money, but you have something small. You have something small to do what they call an MVP, but you can't move. Okay? So Jack Ma also talked about working with good bosses. Okay? I want to encourage people to do that. But how do you know a good boss? How do you know a good company? One of the reasons why we have this talent paradox is that the matchmaking is not working properly. So I want to give you a sense for what to do when you start that matchmaking and it's not working. So I've classified companies into good companies, bad companies, and ugly companies. If you grew up in my time, there was a movie called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Okay? Maybe some of you have seen it. So I took it from there. There are good guys, there are bad guys, and there are ugly guys. And they coexist in the same ecosystem. So, let us assume you work for a good company. It does not mean you will get a good boss. It doesn't mean that you as an individual will be a good individual or a good employee. And the fact that you got into a bad company does not mean you have necessarily a bad boss. And it doesn't mean you end up a bad employee. And if you get into an ugly company, it doesn't mean you have an ugly boss or end up an ugly employee. So let me share my experience with you. The company I worked for, before I got this job abroad I told you about. I was recruited here. That company, in my mind, was a good company. But it was the smallest of all the companies I ever worked for. Why? I learned strength of character. I learned that as leaders, the examples you show is very important. So I had bosses who led by example. So when they say, let us do this, you believe them. I learned that. Before then, I worked for a bad company. Okay? So I moved from bad company to good company. Why was it a bad company? Leadership was by who you know, my family members, okay? My friends' children. Winning deals was by how much bribe you can give. And guess what? Your family members were stealing from the company. And you did not know. They were the ones you trusted. So, bad company, there were good people there. I had a good boss in that company. So, one of my best bosses in life, in my work life, was in a bad company. And I learned some values from him that I kept. The company I went to abroad, in my mind, was an ugly company. I learned processes from them. Okay? The company was very impersonal, so I couldn't really say I learned from my boss. I wasn't even sure who my boss was. Just get the job done. Follow the process. So when it was time to start Interswitch, what did I do? I took what, in my view, should be a good company. I took those values. Because I've seen good companies, and I've seen bad companies, and I've seen ugly companies. I took what should a good boss look like, and I tried to make myself that kind of boss. And I tried to look for bosses who will work with me that will behave in that manner to their employees. What I'm now looking for are good employees. Okay? That will work with a good company and with good bosses. And most of you in this room are the kind of employees we are looking for. Okay? Why do I know we are the kind of employees we are looking for?
You speak French, right?
It takes strength of character to wake up in the morning. Sorry, can you pause that briefly? It takes strength of character to wake up in the morning on a Saturday in Lagos to say, I'm coming to sit in Hallmark for I don't know how many hours. It requires a bit of focus to do that. Okay? I want you to take a look at this.
Hey, Mike. You speak French, right? I mean, you said in your CV that you can. Oh, that's right. Bonjour. You know I don't understand it. Okay. Anyway, there's this new guy we're trying to hire. He said he can speak French too. It's on his CV. So I need you guys to communicate.
Are you playing? What type of playing is it?
Come. Nice. So this is Mr. Mike. Go on. Bonjour. Ske robo ske.
Ah!
Robo ske robo.
Franklin told me he speaks French. I said, Franklin, as HRO, go and help me recruit people that speak French. And I, the boss, I cannot speak French. And I hear ske, robo, ske. I said, this French is quite rhythmic in nature. They'll be teaching me French, and I'll go somewhere else. When I meet a French guy, he says bonjour, I say bonjour too. To prove to him that I know French, I will say ske, robo, ske. And the guy will ask me, what's this? This is the situation. So what is happening right now is that a lot of people lie about what they can do and what they cannot do. And it's part of the problem. You people know these things now, don't you? Some of you have done it. Huh? Abi? It's time to repent. Because you're the ones creating this talent paradox thing that we're trying to deal with. Let me tell you something. When you recruit, a company is looking for, if it says round hole we have, we are looking for somebody who is also rounded to fit that round hole. If it's a square job we have, we are looking for somebody who is square. When you put somebody who is square in a round hole, what happens? And you try to turn it, the edges of the square starts to chip off. It's called conflict. And they are not happy in the job. So what people don't understand is that when we say we are looking for recruitment, we are trying to match you with a job. The closer the match, the more likelihood that when you get the job, you'll be happy and you'll perform. When people leave companies, it's because that match is not working. And that match is not only with the job, it's also with your bosses and the culture of the company. One of the things I think that Larry or Dr. Akola said is that when you're going to work for a company, you need to understand the company you're going to work for. It's like trying to pick a life partner. You don't want to make a mistake. Of course, if you make a mistake, you can resign. But you would have wasted time. Okay? So, a lot of you, if you follow trends, you would have seen this post online. The lady that posted it used to work for Interswitch. And I remember her quite well. Nice lady, okay? There have been a lot of comments on this post. Some people said she exaggerated and so on and so forth. Maybe she exaggerated, but it is the truth. Okay? And because of this, certain companies may decide that they will put jobs away from Nigeria. You cannot take 419 that we do into work environments, into jobs. You cannot deceive us with your CVs. It is better to say, I know this, and I know this, and I don't know this, I know this. And when you come in, part of your development plan is to help close those gaps we know you don't have, because you told us at the beginning. It's almost impossible to get a perfect employee, because when we created a job, we didn't create it for you. It was just a job. We are trying to match you with a job. Sometimes we'll never get a 100% match. We may get 90%. We now know we have 10% work to do. And then we make a plan to develop you in 6 months for that 10%. But if you now lie that you are 120% when you were 80, we too will not expect that once you just come, you hit the ground running. Okay, hit the ground running now, you are crawling. Why are you crawling? Okay? So it's a big problem. So I'm saying a bit of honesty is necessary when you are trying to get into a job, because it is a matchmaking exercise. And the next slide, I think, explains this very well. So I'm not going to spend too much time. You can read, but just get the message. Okay, so what we have here is a turkey saying that I want to get to the top of the tree. Like most of you, you want to rise in the organization. And then you go and get advice from a cow. And the cow tells you, no problem, take some of my dumplings, eat it, you have energy, and you go to the top. You do that, you get a bit of energy, you move up. Because it worked for you the first time, you go get some more, you move up, and by the time you get up there, a hunter comes from nowhere and shoots you. You don't have we are talking, you can't fly. You can see the hunter coming, you can't do anything about it. Because you don't have the flexibility, the tools, the wherewithal to move. And then we hear things like, bullshit might get you to the top, but it won't keep you there. False pretenses may work day 1, day 2, day 3, but at the end of the day, you have to do the job. And if you cannot do the job, we know you have been lying. And then we go our separate ways. Okay? But you wasted time and effort unnecessarily. I'm rounding up now. This is the challenge we face today in Interswitch. 10 years ago, if you came to me in Interswitch to say you want to wear jeans to work, if I tell you that sacking you did not cross my mind, I'm lying. You want to come to work in jeans. You think we're here to play. I came from a generation where the company actually said you must wear white shirts to work. I was an engineer. I must wear tie. So we took that into Interswitch. Then people like Franklin, Gen Z, HR managers started coming and speaking grammar. When I said, okay, let us try their own. For one day I went to UBA, and as I was signing to go up, some guy greeted me very warmly. I didn't know who he was. I looked at him. I looked at his dressing. I said, how is this guy doing UBA, dressed like this? He doesn't look like somebody who has money himself. But I responded. But the way he greeted me, it's like he expected I knew him. And I said, by the way, do I know you? He said, yes, I work for Interswitch. If we are going to do dress down, that day he died again. He died again. I said, so this is what people were planning. But guess what? With time, we suddenly realized that we couldn't get developers to come into Interswitch. Nobody wanted to be a developer and wear tie. They fought me. I said, I don't understand. What has tie on your neck got to do with your fingers? What's the connection? Gen Z. People did not agree. Unfortunately, I live in a country where the people we're looking for are in that generation. So the company had to make some changes. Today, if you ask me to knot a tie to an event, I will not go. I've even forgotten how to knot ties. Where am I going? This is the reality. In every company, everybody in your company is one generation, Gen Z. What do they care about? Creativity. When I went into Schlumberger, I was in my creativity years. So a company that is saying follow process, I couldn't play. Today, I'm begging Interswitch people to follow process. Some are struggling. And I know why. Because they're in the age of creativity. Okay? But then, there are millennials. Those between 28 and 43. And we have them too. And you can see they're in the majority. 77% today. Then we have those Generation X, where I belong to, where work-life balance is important. So the question is, must everybody work from home? I hope people will help me answer this question because it's a battle I'm struggling with. Larry talked about productivity dropping. We are still trying to find out why we're not doing as much as we used to do with the same number of people. Why do we keep looking for human beings to increase productivity? Maybe the key is to understand, maybe the key is to understand how to deal with different people in your workforce. So the way my brain is thinking now is that maybe Interswitch needs 2 or 3 different kinds of employment contracts. And we have to customize to meet what you want. But that introduces some complexity for us. But it's something we must do because this talent paradox is both ways. It's not only the employees changing, but also the company having to make some changes. But what I can tell you for sure is that we know it is real, and Interswitch knows it has to make some changes if we are to meet talent, and if talent is to meet us. Okay? But it's a lot of work, so it takes time. There are certain mistakes you can make, you can recover from them. There are some you make, you cannot recover. And as you can see, most of the people in Interswitch are at the age of responsibility. So we're going to be holding you accountable if we make mistakes, because that is the stage you're supposed to be in. Okay? The challenge is not only in Nigeria, even in global countries where they have good infrastructure, everything seems to be working, they are having that challenge of productivity also. So when Dr. Akola said he was learning about AI with leadership, maybe he's telling me, maybe he has seen one AI tool that we can use to replace Franklin. We don't need HR anymore. We can automate the whole process of recruiting yourself. AI will interview you. I just play some of you don't go and bring AI to answer the question from the AI that is interviewing you and that kind of things. So things can get very messy. And the truth is that you can never take out the human element.
Until I met the mayor of my town, Hoyashi, in Japan, and I told my mayor, why when I'm going to Japanese restaurants, they tell me away. When I go to the ryokan, they tell me away, and he said, no, they're not racist. We become jittery when we don't know how to interact. It's called xenophobia. You don't want to look stupid. In Japanese, they want to be perfect all the time.
Okay.
If I'm going to serve this man and I make a mistake, my face is down. So rather, avoid it. So he gave me a word to use, which is a greeting that says, I am sorry for being a burden on you. And it changed everything.
So once you said that?
Yes. She knows that.
But I wouldn't want to walk around thinking that I'm a burden.
Well, then stay in your country. Don't go anywhere.
Well, I want to visit. I want to.
There is something called multicultural communication, multicultural understanding, multicultural. We teach it. It's very expensive. You think it's there for nothing? It's there to prepare you to know where you're going and how to make the larger community feel comfortable. Not for them to make you feel comfortable. You buy that comfort.
So because you don't know how to serve me, I need to dumb down.
No. It's not a dumbing down. as a very American, and
I'm
you
basically,
are. You
I'm
are,
basically saying I'm so sorry that you
have
cannot
come,
serve me.
You have come to
But can you serve me?
No, you've come to disturb a functioning status quo. You, if you are a man of conscience, you know that I am different. I cannot expect the majority to disorganize themselves to accommodate me. I have to find that accommodation, make them feel that I come with knowledge about you.
But don't they know I'm traveling to their country? Don't they know that there are visitors? There's people coming.
Yeah, there are foreign hotels. We call them foreign hotels. Go there, you go in.
To stay at the Marriott?
That's correct. That's why we have the ryokan. Ryokan is traditional Japanese hotels.
Okay.
You take off your shoes and your clothes at the door, standing naked, and a woman will give you what is called yukata, and you wear it. And then you wear sneakers. The whole bamboo floor is polished. You can eat from it. You all, men and women, have to take a shower, sit, and I wash your bag. Western people are not comfortable doing that. So don't come here. And out of curiosity, some of we foreigners want to go there. It has caused problem already. A woman won't behave this way if there hasn't been a precedent to this.
I'll go back one slide, because I want to land this issue very well. It's a big issue we have today in Interswitch, and it is, in my view, one of the areas of this talent paradox. Okay, so you're coming into a company where 77% of the people are millennials. They are motivated by you taking responsibility. But you want to be creative. You want to scatter everything. If you scatter something, I lose 28 billion naira. It has happened before in Interswitch. One mistake. If you know how much we move, runs into billions. Because you want to be creative, you're not serious. You want to kill all of us with your creativity. So that company I work for said, to work for us here, you must follow processes. Don't change anything. Engineer, creative engineer, don't change anything. If you see anything, come and tell us, so that we can look at what you are saying and put it in our process and see the impact before you go and try it. Some of you want to write code. So if we allow some of you, as a plane is flying, you'll be changing code. It looks extreme, but I'm going somewhere. You must learn to adapt. That's what that band is saying. Interswitch wants you to come, but we're not going to change Interswitch because of you. You want to join the military. You are going to join the military. The preparation, the exercises, you have to be ready. The military is not going to change how they train people, because when war starts, creativity is not what wins a war. You get where I'm coming from? So, going back to the point that Dr. Akola said, and Dr. said, there are preparations you must make if you want to work in an organization. One of them is to find out what kind of organization. That company is not going to change for you. You may have to change to suit the company. We will not be unreasonable. Like I told you, we've changed how we dress to work. We'll make changes, but don't expect changes that will be made to affect 77% because of only 14 or only 9%. You get the logic? And that is part of where that paradox is. So
Until I met the...
To my last slide, because I know there are a lot of young people here, I'd like to end with this. There are 3 mistakes you can make. You know, we've talked about it's okay to make mistakes, it's okay to make mistakes. It's a lie. It's not every mistake you can make. And I wanted to correct that impression. There are some mistakes you will make, it will kill you, and you can't recover from it. So don't come and say, I went for Interswitch Career Fair. They told us we can make mistakes. They now come into Interswitch. You don't make one mistake, we lose 30 billion. You now tell me, Mitchell, you said we can make mistakes. So let me correct it now. From our experience, there are 3 kinds of mistakes people make. Choose your own mistake. So I'll tell you the 3. Then I'll advise you. Mistake number 1, you know you don't know enough. You know you don't know enough. Yesterday, I went to visit a gentleman that handles our tax for us. He's built a very fantastic building in Ogun State. So I went to wish him well. So he said, Mitchell, come and spend 3 minutes to talk to my staff. I didn't prepare for the speech. So I told them, I didn't come prepared for you guys, but just looking at those of you in the room, I can tell your age bracket. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell a group of people tomorrow at the Interswitch Career Fair. And I gave them an example. I said, when I wanted to learn how to drive a car, my uncle, my auntie thought I was too young. So they refused to even consider the idea. They even said I was too rascally to be allowed to drive a car. That I'm not matured enough. So they refused to teach me. It was a Volkswagen Beetle. And they used to park it in one very tiny garage. So, husband and wife went to work. They left me at home. And they left the key. I carried the key, put it inside, turned the ignition, and I moved the car. I learned how to drive by reversing. Because to drive that car, you have to come out of the garage. If I go forward, I will hit the wall. I'm finished. So I knew my limitations. So I actually learned driving by reversing. So today I'm very comfortable to drive backwards without turning my head, just using the mirrors, because I perfected that one. I learned to move backwards before going forward. If I had to go forward, it is my duty, my responsibility to know that if I make the mistake of going forward, I will shatter the headlamps of this car and maybe the wall in front. So even if I wanted to try driving, if I was smart, I'll go and take my mattress and put it in front of the car. Because I cannot afford to make that mistake. I didn't know how to drive, but I knew there's something called reverse. And I knew I cannot afford to be trying to engage reverse, and then I go forward, I'm finished. If you don't know, it is your responsibility to know the limits and the implication of your action. We had an issue in Interswitch. Something went wrong. We lost some money. We did an investigation. And we are telling the young man the mistake he made. The man said he didn't make a mistake. We said, but we lost money. He said, yes, it's nothing that made us lose money. He said he did what he was supposed to do. That is the behavior some people bring to work. You can see we've lost money. It's like me telling them, yes, I can see the wall is broken, the headlights are broken, but it's not me. Because me, I put the key inside and I turned the ignition to start the car started. I was there to know that the car will go forward. Why did the car even go forward? It's that kind of argument you hear sometimes from some of you. And in a work environment, that is not acceptable. So if you know you don't know, take a pencil, plain sheet of paper, and write. And don't press too hard. Because you know you can make a mistake. That's what we were taught. That is why when we started school, so those of you went to the kind of school I went to, we started with slate and chalk. That anything you do, you can erase. It doesn't matter. The slate will not get bad. Then we went to crayon. Then, as we started getting perfect, we improved. So if you write very well on a sheet of paper, you can erase it with the eraser, and everything is fine. When somebody else comes, they will say you made a mistake. But they don't care about the mistake. Why? The paper is still reusable. And they don't care what you did. Okay? So that's one kind of mistake. Mistake that you can walk away from and everything is reusable. The same you, with the same pencil and the same paper, you decide to write very hard, press the thing very well, and then you now saw you made a mistake, you raised it. The lead of this thing goes away. But if I want to know what you did, all I need to do is just take the paper, raise it to light, and I can see what you raised. And I can judge you based on that. I still will not kill you because I can still use the paper. Some of you will take pen with ink and write, even though you are not sure. Then when you make a mistake, you now try to cross it. You now realize that even though you have crossed it, they can still see what you crossed. You now take eraser, you now go into advanced chemistry, you add saliva to the eraser, and you begin to erase. By the time you finish erasing, you've torn the sheet of paper. Mitchell now comes to use the paper, he cannot use it. You've torn it. I'm not wondering, what did Franklin do here that he had to even tear and put a hole? I don't know what Franklin did, but guess what? I've passed judgment already. One, the paper is not usable. Two, I've assumed the worst for Franklin, that for Franklin to tear this thing, he has done something terrible. So I judge him applying the strictest rule for terrible people. So when we say you can make mistakes and stand up and move on, we're not talking about mistake number 3. We're actually talking about mistake number 1. But if you manage to cross to mistake number 2, it is still okay. But don't make mistake number 3 and say, Mitchell said, Larry said, Dr. Kiala said, we didn't say. Okay? So on that note, I'd like to say that there are huge opportunities in this country. That is why we believe in the country. The cup can be half full or can be half empty. It depends on how you see it. When you have time, Google up the continent that is most blessed. And see what it tells you. When I did it, Africa was number 1. We were born here. Recently, I was trying to fence the land I bought in my village. They say my village, there are herdsmen in that area. Some of us from that place, we are afraid to go home. I was surprised when the people sent me a picture of the person drilling the borehole in my village. It was an Indian. Nigerians cannot drill borehole in my village, but an Indian is drilling borehole in my village in Africa. And I paid him. Thank you.
Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. Can we give a standing ovation to celebrate with a loud cheer the Group Managing Director, CEO and Founder, Interswitch Group, Michelle Elegbe. Please make it louder, make it louder, make it louder. Wow. Can we wow together, everyone? That was an amazing session, sir. Thank you very much. Nuggets, so much deep-seated wisdom laced with humor. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful session. I mean, we could sit here and listen to you and keep drawing from your wealth of wisdom, and we will not be tired. Thank you very much for not holding back, for letting us into the struggle how you started. I'm very sure that many years ago, you were seated in a room like this with an ambition, with a zeal. And look at you here decades after living your dream. To everyone seated in the room, I don't know whatever expectation it is you came here with, but I want you to know that if our GMD can do it, you can do it. Decades from now, you would also stand in front here and you will encourage younger people seated in the room to listen to you. So keep at it. We're rooting for you at Interswitch, and we want you to know that we are here for you. Please, another round of applause for our GMD for that awesome, awesome presentation. Thank you so very much, sir, for that one. Thank you. Are you learning a lot? Talk to me. Are you learning a lot? I want to hear from you. You've been too quiet over there at that end. Are you learning a lot? Has this been what your Saturday? Because you could be anywhere else in the world, as I said earlier. You could be at home resting and it's okay. But you decided to invest in yourself. You know, we always say invest in real estate, invest in stocks, invest in bonds and all that. But the greatest investment that you can ever make is an investment in yourself. And it's beautiful to see that young Nigerians are really passionate about changing the trajectory of their career. Many things that GMD said, I'm sure it applies to you. If you look at it, you look at your CV, I'm sure many people will go back and rewrite that CV. Because a lot of things you wrote in that CV is not true. You cannot do it. You can't speak Spanish. You can't speak French. But you have it written there. So it's actionable for you. Go back home. Go back to the drawing board. Everything that you need to rework and redo, please ensure that you do it and you come out brighter and stronger. That's the aim of the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. So has it been awesome, everyone? And are you ready for more? Yes. Thank you very much. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing you a little insight on how you can join Interswitch. So are you ready to flip the switch? Are you ready to flip the switch? Yes. So we're bringing you a little insight and showing you how you can join Interswitch. You've been hearing about Interswitch all morning, about the amazing environment, how the staff members are lovable, how it's so beautiful to work at Interswitch. We even heard the first staff member of Interswitch speak to us. And so we have to let you know how you can join Interswitch through our various channels. And bringing us that quickly because of our time, please make welcome Organizational Design and Change Management Advisor, who is also a member of the Talent Management Team at Interswitch. Put your hands together for Nifemi Olatunji. If you don't clap, she will not come.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I hope you're doing amazing today. And I hope you're learning a lot. Okay, sounds good. Just to emphasize that this meeting is a unique one in itself, right? You might not get another meeting where you have the amazing lineup of speakers that we have brought to you today. So make the very best of it, okay? Now, you've heard from, amazing speakers. They've told you so many things about Interswitch is amazing, it is great. And you're wondering, how can I flip the switch, right? So I'm here to let you know how you can flip the switch. So just come with me on this journey. First off, okay. All right. So currently we have about 500 roles that we're looking to fill, right? I hope that sounds exciting to someone. Okay. So looking at the screen, you'll see different job families that we have, okay? You'll see technology, engineering, HR, legal, compliance, and many others. I'll just give you like 5 seconds to take a look at it, right? Because I'm sure there is a job for some of us here with your name on it, okay? We've had so many people that, came for career fair, and they ended up joining us, right? So this is actually a sheet of possibilities for you, okay? So look at it and see the one that resonates, the most with you. Now, I'm just going to go next into how you can join the switch. All right, so we have different routes that we've established, right, for you to join Interswitch. So if you're thinking, well, I'm currently in university, I'm currently serving, how can I join the switch? Am I able to join the switch? This slide is for you. The very first one, we have pre-university internship. So if you're currently done with your secondary school, right, and you haven't gotten admission, and you're looking for a platform to learn, to gain skills, to gain competencies, this is for you, right? And it will run for, 2 to 8 weeks. Okay, if, of course, you're selected. The second one is the university internship, all right? Maybe you're in 200 level, you're in 300 level, and you're supposed to, work with an organization to gain skills. This is for you as well, okay? Then we have the NYC, the popular NYC, and you think you like to make Interswitch your primary place of assignments, we also have that platform, okay? And it will run for a year. Now, the fourth one is the postgraduate internship, all right? And this is basically for MBA students, all right? And of course, graduates as well. We have the Interswitch Academy, an amazing initiative that we came up with. So if you have tech skills, right, maybe you're still on a basic level and you're looking to actually, join us. It's like a graduate trainee program in your typical banking sector, right? But this is basically for tech skills, basically, right? So it will run for 3 to 9 months. We also have the experience contract, which is on a need basis, by the way. And then lastly, we have the full-time employment, which runs all year round, okay? So this is just to give you, the opportunity to see the different routes that, you can join Interswitch. Now, if you are to join us, we have 3 different channels, okay, that you can join Interswitch. The first is our careers website, all right? If you go there, you'll see the list of our open roles. Secondly, we have our LinkedIn platform, our popular LinkedIn platform. One amazing thing we started doing, recently, right, is that we post all our jobs. So for sure, if you go online, you will see open jobs, okay? So all you need to do is just to, keep a close tab on us. And, you might just see your next job. I actually joined Interswitch through LinkedIn, by the way. I didn't know anybody. I actually just saw the opening. I applied. And here I am, telling you guys how to join Interswitch. Now, the third thing is talent community. Of course, it's a community that we've created just so that once you join, you have first-hand information, right? So you have the upper hand because you get, the information firsthand before every other person. So, of course, you have the opportunity to still join. If you haven't yet joined, just to encourage you to please join. Now, moving on. Our recruitment process, very concise and very candidate-friendly, right? Just so it's not so elongated. Broken down into 3 major steps. The first is the application, right? Which is where you indicate your interest to say, I want to join you guys, right? And it can be via any of the platforms I mentioned earlier on, okay? LinkedIn, Talent Community, and Careers website, right? Of course, we then do our shortlisting, okay? Check out for your skill sets, just to be sure that you're a potential candidate for us. Now, the second one is the assessment center. At this stage, we're actually just looking at your problem-solving skills. We're looking at your culture fitness, right? We're interviewing you, asking you questions, looking at your proficiency levels, looking at your competencies as well to see if you'll be a great fit for us, right? Because not every candidate is a great fit for a company. You might not be for us. Maybe for another company. Do you understand? So at this stage, we're doing that. Then the third stage is the offer letter stage, the very sweet stage. At this point, there is already a great gleam of hope that, yeah, you're coming on board, right? At this point, you're doing your medicals, you're signing off on your reward statements, and then you are also getting your offer letter. All right, sounds good? Okay, sounds good. Now, I'm just going to go right ahead into the next slide, which actually speaks to some of the talent development initiatives that we're actually, making happen for people, basically, right? In as much as we like to help our employees internally, right? We're also big on contributing to the ecosystem. Right? And this is one of our amazing initiatives. It's actually called the Job Shadowing Initiative. I know when Choma was speaking earlier on, she sort of, hollered at you guys, and you were like, yeah. So we actually have them here, right? The Job Shadowing Initiative is basically, as the name says, right, you're shadowing someone to gain skills. Now, typically, this is something you would do internally in a company, right? But we're actually piloting this, to external groups of people to see how it will work. And this, like I said, is our way of contributing to the ecosystem, right? It's an initiative where we are bringing people together. You're learning from experts. You're learning from thought leaders. You're learning from, some of our amazing employees. And this way, you can actually gain skills, right? And get better at what you do. Now, the primary goal of this is not to hire you. But is it possible that we'll hire you? Of course. We're also giving back to the ecosystem, like I said. So we're preparing talent, for the ecosystem. Now, the job shadowing program is broken into 3 major programs. The first being the basic, okay? The second is the intermediate, and the third is the advanced. Now, for the basic, this is us just saying that, everyone who has been selected, I think today we have about 18,000 of them, right? Go through the basic, which is you learning about our culture, right? Our internal processes, and basically just talent connect sessions. And this will run for about a month. Okay, now the second program is called the intermediate program, and this is more specialized. It's more vacancy-based, based on the roles that we have open, certain job families, You would then go through, functional classes, case study, group projects. Now, realistically, we are unable to hire everyone, right? So for those that, stood out are exceptional, we have created the advanced program, right? This is just so that we can keep you in view, okay? We'll do our bit and ensure that you are ready to be hired, when we do have a vacancy, all right? And then now, lastly, we also have an amazing pool of gifts that we're going to be giving everyone. I know you're here, right? And it's like, oh, I'm learning a lot, but, I would like to actually tap into these developmental initiatives. Thanks to our amazing partners, right? We have ALX, we have Pluralsight. Can you please clap for them? Thank you. We have Semicolon, we have Golden Sigma, we have Philips Consulting, and we have Kendall as well. So they have given us amazing, courses for you guys, right? We have over 4,500, or even 5,000 actually, right, for you guys. So this is our way of saying we want to support you in your journey. Okay, in your career journey, right? Now, if you are looking for how can I tap into this, not to worry. We have different booths at the back with HR representatives, okay? So if you have questions, please feel free to ask us, right? We'll be happy to provide a response to you. Of course, if you have questions as well on job shadowing that I mentioned earlier on, the recruitment, or even the open roles, not to worry, we have a session for that where you can actually go into the booth and talk to our representatives across all the booths. Thank you all so much for listening to me, and enjoy the rest of the program.
Don't you think Interswitch deserves a lusty applause? Okay, if you want to flip the switch, make that applause louder. All right, as she has said, as Nifemi has earlier said, please ensure that you visit the booths around you. If you know that you want to be a part of any of the offerings, to join Interswitch and be a part of this family, all you have to do is visit the booths. The HR professionals are there to answer whatever question it is that you might have. Okay, are we good, everyone? So we're moving on to our final session for today. It has been an amazing day, right? Yes or yes? Yes, so we're moving over to our final session for today, which is going to be the panel session. And we have fire panelists. As a matter of fact, there's fire emojis on their heads. When you see them sit here, you understand what I'm trying to say. So my team, please help me get the chairs ready on stage while I bring up our panelists and our moderator. Once again, it's the final session before we move into the job fair. Whilst that is going on and they're trying to fix the chairs on the stages, do I have anyone that got a job right after any of our editions of the Interswitch Career Fair in the room? Probably the nuggets shared, you got a job right after that. Wave to me, anybody at all. Any of the editions, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, anyone in the room? You got a job or you got series of interviews right after that? Wave to me, there's a reason for that. I can't see, okay, please. Good, good. Can you come, please? Please come. Please can we encourage him as he comes forward? Thank you. So I did mention that every year, the Interswitch Career Fair is not the same. It gets better. And we keep on having testimonials of lives changed. This is not just a fair. This is more like a transformational event. I would like to hear from you. Which edition did you attend? And what happened after that? So let's listen to him, everyone. Your name and, of course, take it.
My name is, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Odebo Alabe. I attended the second, third, and this edition as well. So when I get home after the third edition, because I'm going to get a job after the second edition, so I try to sit myself down. I try to look for what I need, where I'm going, and what I actually have to learn. So fortunately for me enough, after studying what you have been taught here, so I got the job at ISP company, which I am working there now.
Please, let's celebrate that success story. Come on now, guys. Wow. Thank you very much. You can please be seated. Let me hear from you. Okay. Ladies, what's happening now? Where are you people? Don't we have ladies that got jobs after? Just one more then. I'll hear from you quickly.
I'm David Oloide. I applied for the engineering role for embedded system and IoT engineering. I passed through all the stages and I was grateful. But at the final stage, I was messaged that my years of experience is not enough. If there is subsequent role, I will be contacted. Thank you.
That's progress, regardless. That's progress. Thank you very much. That's all we can take for now. Thank you. Thank you. So we have to move on quickly to our panel session. And I did mention that this panel session is where we get to hear from renowned experts in different fields. And you get to ask them questions. You know, all along, we've been reeling out information and knowledge, but we need to hear from you also. So here is a session where you get to ask those burning questions and get answers to them. So I'll quickly bring up our panelists in no particular order and then hand over to our able moderator to pilot this conversation. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a distinguished figure in Africa's technology and financial services sectors. With over 25 years of experience spanning software engineering, consulting, entrepreneurship, and executive leadership, Charles has played pivotal roles in shaping the continent's digital transformation landscape. He currently leads Inlax, one of sub-Saharan Africa's top ICT infrastructure and systems integration companies, as CEO. In this role, he is focused on digital transformation and enterprise-scale innovation. He also runs Ibanco, I got that right, a conversational AI platform that enables businesses to engage customers across the digital messaging channels. Throughout his career, Charles has held impactful roles, including CEO, Verve International, consultant at Accenture and PwC, and software engineer at System Specs. His strategic influence extends beyond the boardroom, and he serves as non-executive director at Power Pensions. That's the Pensions Alliance Limited and Foodco Nigeria Limited, where he supports governance, innovation, and long-term growth. An academic powerhouse, Charles holds a first-class degree in computer science from the University of Ilorin. That deserves a round of applause. An MBA from Cranfield University in the UK, and a doctorate in business administration from Georgia State University. He is also a thought leader and author of the popular LinkedIn series, #God in the Workplace, which explores the intersection of faith, leadership, and purpose. Charles's legacy of innovation, governance, and purpose-driven leadership places him at the forefront of Africa's digital transformation story. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome our first panelist, CEO Inlax and founder Ibanco, Charles Ifedi. Make it louder, make it louder. Don't let the engine drop now. Please be seated, Charles. Thank you for joining the conversation today. We are delighted to have you. Again, because you are the best audience in the world, when I'm reading their citations and you hear anything worthy of celebration, you do what? You celebrate. Our next panelist is the CEO of Hydrogen Payment Services Company Limited, which is a respected leader in Africa's fintech space, With over 20 years of experience across banking, remittances, and digital payments, her career spans impactful roles at Zenith Bank, MoneyGram International, where she served as head, Anglophone West Africa and Visa, where she was VP, General Manager for West Africa, leading efforts to scale digital payments across the region. At Hydrogen, a subsidiary of Access Corporation, Kemi is spearheading efforts to deliver seamless and inclusive payment solutions across Africa. A passionate advocate for financial inclusion and women in technology, Kemi's dynamic leadership continues to shape the future of digital finance and drive innovation across Africa as a continent. Make welcome our second panelist, the Chief Executive Officer, Hydrogen, Kemi Omosoya. Let's celebrate our better. You're the best audience in the world. Make it louder. You're welcome, Kemi. Thank you for joining us, Kemi. We are delighted to have you this beautiful afternoon. Our next panelist. Are you with me, everyone? I don't want to lose you, yes. So our next panelist, Isioma Utomi, the CEO of Catalyst Experience Solutions, is a distinguished leadership strategist and productivity consultant with over 15 years of experience spanning Fortune 500 corporations, startups, and the non-profit sector. Renowned for her expertise in innovative leadership and organizational transformation, she has guided numerous executives and teams through pivotal growth phases. As the founder of the Performance Upgrade Lab, Isioma empowers leaders to enhance performance and adaptability in dynamic business environments. Her background is implementing Lean Six Sigma methodologies in major corporations, equips her with a unique blend of analytical rigor and creative problem-solving skills. An advocate for diversity and inclusion, Isioma actively contributes to initiatives that promote equitable leadership. She serves on the boards of Startup South and the Center for Values in Leadership and is a chapter leader in Elevate, a global professional women's network. Her efforts in championing women's participation in tech are exemplified by her leadership of the Women Who Launch Summit at Lagos Startup Week. Ladies and gentlemen, Isioma's contributions to leadership and innovation have earned our recognition in the most influential people of African descent, MIPAD, Global Top 100 list in 2023. She holds a BSc in Mechanical Engineering from Boston University, a Master's in Digital Media from Northeastern University, and a certificate in Entrepreneurial Management from the Enterprise Development Center at Pan Atlantic. Through her work, Isioma Utomi continues to inspire and equip leaders to drive meaningful change and foster inclusive growth in the African business landscape. Make welcome our third panelist, CEO and Chief Innovation Coach, Catalyst Experience Solutions and founder, Performance Upgrade Lab. Make welcome Isioma Utomi. You're welcome, Isioma. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We're delighted to have you here. And our final panelist, who is definitely not the least, is a man that needs no introduction, but I will do the honors of introducing him. Olusola. If you want to shout his constitution, I'll go ahead. Olusola is a multi-potentialite and serial entrepreneur who has founded and built successful businesses in both the food and fashion industries. He is a business consultant and an exceptional speaker with a focus on business profitability and self-leadership. Through his podcast and mentorship platform, he reaches over 1 million people monthly, offering invaluable insight on business growth and personal development. Is also the convener of Positioning for Profit, an SME masterclass designed to help business owners scale their ventures. His authenticity as a polymath has led to collaboration with several notable corporations across fintech, edtech, FMCGs, and the fashion industry. Olushola is an alumnus of Covenant University, where he studied sociology and became the first male student to graduate with a first-class degree in the department's history, finishing top of his class. He also holds an MBA from Oxford University with a focus on doing business in sub-Saharan Africa. Beyond building enterprises, Olushola will finish reading this bio, sir. Olushola is a personal clarity coach who helps individuals become the best version of themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome business consultant, serial entrepreneur, resident and pastor celebration church, Olushola Olalede. Thank you very much. Olushola, don't worry, we'll see later in camera. And moderating this final session, ladies and gentlemen, were you at the fair last year? She was awarded. Yes. We celebrated her. We do that at Interswitch. Regardless if you were staff or not, we still celebrate you and hold you dear to heart. She's a prolific speaker, writer, and influencer in the field of human resources management, and the founder of Kendall Consulting Limited, a human resources management consulting firm specializing in learning and development solutions. She's the author of the self-help book, Change Your Career. Adora has a master's degree in information technology from Cranfield University, UK, a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Reading, UK, and a diploma in psychology from Middlesex University, also in the UK. She's an accredited global professional in human resources and a board trustee for the Society of Human Resources Management Nigeria. Adora is a trained coach and experienced facilitator, providing coaching services to individuals and organizations. A talented and multi-skilled professional, her experience spans the IT, telecoms, and consulting industries, with current focus on transforming human resources management practices in Nigeria. She has led several innovative initiatives that demonstrate her dedication to developing the next generation of HR professionals and people managers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. Our moderator, Director Kendall Consulting, Adora Ikwemesi. Can you make that applause louder now, everyone? Yes, jump it out, love it. Over to you, Adora.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here. And this is an intimidating panel. If you think so, say hey. Good, thank you. So we have a different session, but on the spirit of the theme of this career fair, I'm going to make a few pointers. Okay, so the title of this fair is very apt. And we've been talking about the talent paradox. And here I'm with 4 amazing people who are going to speak for 10 minutes, and then we have a proper panel session. But please, before we start, I want you to put yourself in the mindset that you need to be to take the best out of these sessions. We've been looking and listening to different people. I've listened to every single session. I listened to Oremei. Oremei's session was very powerful, but please know that Oremei is a very special kind of person. I don't know if she's still here, but that son she was talking about, I remember when she had that son at Interswitch. Oremei did not go on maternity leave. We had to beg her with her big belly. She was still working because she's a very passionate person. And I remember when she finally proceeded on that maternity leave, 2 weeks later, I saw Oremei in the office. I was the head of human capital then at Interswitch. Oremei, please, don't put us in trouble. Please. Oremei said, please, I'm bored. So know that we talk about very passionate people here and understand that a big part is your mindset. Africa has abundant talents, we've said it. But with me here, 4 people are going to come out, and I'm going to introduce them one by one. They're going to come out for 10 minutes, speak, and then we'll have a panel session. But please remember, today is about the talent of you. Everyone say this, the talent of you. You are the CEO of you. Today you're going to make decisions that are going to affect you. So please take this very seriously. So the first person I'm going to introduce has already been introduced. Everyone will stand up and you come and have your session. And then yes. So the Olushola, please, 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Do I have a timer or something? Your phone is here.
Okay. I will.
Or you...
I will time you then.
Okay, you want to
time
time
me? Because I wanted to speak. Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? You guys sound a bit cold. Are you excited to be here? So much value and so much gems poured out so far. Well, first and foremost, it's a pleasure to be here. Interswitch. You people gave me a bit of trauma, and I'll tell you why. I never shared this with Franklin, but I'll say it here. You guys gave me my very first employee heartbreak. I had this young talent I was nurturing. It was an eagle, graduate of Covenant University, just like myself. Brought him out, was right out of school, gave him a role in marketing and sales. Amazing and incredible guy. And then someday I was driving my very first car that used to give me trouble. And what made me park that day was not the car, it was the mail that I got. I saw resignation. And then by the time I got back to the office, I asked him, I said, why are you leaving? He was beating around the bush. And finally I said, you know I want the best for you, right? And then he said yes. And then he said he got an offer from Interswitch. Ladies and gentlemen, who am I in the grand scheme of things to withhold somebody from leaving my own small enterprise at the time to join Africa's oldest unicorn? What a pleasure and what a delight. And so it was an L that I accepted without having to look again. So it's a pleasure to be here, everyone. Thank you so much, Franklin. Thank you so much, Michelle, for having me. Thank you so much, sir. You are, I must say, a source of inspiration and a mirror of possibilities to not just myself, but a whole lot of people around the world. Now, I need to start by saying I haven't given any address before for about 10 minutes. So you might have to bear with me that I have to rush through a couple of things as fast as possible. But one thing is for sure, when I speak, you take a whole lot home, for sure. All right, so I've been asked to talk about the subject, building a value mindset. Building a value mindset. But I think it's going to be far-fetched for me to talk about cultivating that value mindset within the space of time that I have. And so first and foremost, I think I just want to outline what I would call the most important things when it comes to building a mindset of value. And the first thing I would like to do is to maybe, just maybe, define what value is, and hopefully, in the midst of the definition, you'll be able to take some things home one way or another. I feel like maybe when I share a couple of truths about value, your mindset might change. If I were to do some concept clarification on the subject of value and give a definition to it, it would be really hard. But for the sake of this current presentation, I want to say that value is perhaps anything that brings solution or impact to people, one way or another. But very quickly, I want to say that value has to stand on 2 legs, or do I say 2 truths? The first truth is that value does not respond to time, it responds to productivity. No one pays you for your time, they pay you for the value that you bring to the time. It's very important. When you check employment records and check rates around the United States, for example, a low-skilled worker is paid circa $10 for his time per hour. A semi-skilled worker is paid roughly $26 per hour. And then high-skilled workers are paid $50 upwards. But here's the interesting fact. Each and every one of them left their homes and made it a point of duty to give minutes or hours into their job per day. And so it means no one pays you for getting out of your bed. They pay you for the value that you cramp into the minutes that they are with you. So it's very important. So what matters is not the time. What matters is the value that you put into the time. And so value does not respond to, in some cases, effectiveness. It responds more even to efficiency. Because I found out that getting the job done in many climes isn't enough. What actually ensures that you're paid is how efficiently you're able to put that task in. Efficiency and effectiveness can many times be misconstrued to mean the same thing, but at the base level, effectiveness is getting the job done the right way, yes. But efficiency is getting the job done the right way in a way that saves time, saves effort, one way or another. So that's very important. So value, I repeat, does not respond to time, it responds to productivity. It's not a function of the time that I spend here, it's about the value that my time commands. Very important. The next thing I think I would love to say is that value doesn't answer to potential, it responds to skill. No one pays you for your potential if it's not kinetic. We're in a world where a whole lot of people feel they can do stuff. There's something, when I teach self-leadership, there's something we call the quarterback armchair syndrome. It's the other part of imposter syndrome that's very interesting. Now, on one hand, imposter syndrome is you second-guessing your potential or your capacity, right? The quarterback armchair syndrome is you overrating your abilities. The average person who watches football, for example, believes they can defend better than Maguire, or they can keep better than Onana of Manchester United. Well, don't ask me, I'm a United fan, so I've been there, done that. We all feel we can. But until we see the root shock and understand that there's a wide gap from what the professionals can do and what you can do with your mouth. I'm from a part of Nigeria, Southwest, and one of our favorite phrases is the word or the phrase, Enutunrofo. It means mouth is very sweet to cook soup until it's time to actually show it. And so it's very important that you must understand, if people are going to chase you, people run after value, but if they're going to run after you, it's going to be much more than potential. You have to have some tangible skill that you can put forward. So the question is simple. How refined are your innate talents? All the things you know you can do, all the things you've bragged about doing, or all the things you've been planning to. People don't pay you for what you're planning to do. People pay you for the value that you've been able to put into your time. So it's very important. But very importantly, you must understand that skill has to be refined. And nothing of value comes for free. And so when you see people who are able to do stuff in a very excellent way, that's skill, not potential. It's skill, not potential. Skill is the ability for you to reproduce something valuable on demand. If I wake you up in the middle of the night, can you do this excellently? And how well so? Very, very, very vital. And I'm going to close with this. It's, in my opinion, the 4 things that you can do, albeit practical, that will help you really shift and engineer your mindset from a non-value one to a proper value mentality. The very first one is you need to learn to find your clan. Oh, this is important. You must find your clan. One thing I can tell you for sure is that value is relative. Are you aware that because you've got something good in you doesn't mean that your environment needs it? Value is very relative. And ophthalmologists, for example, can do little to nothing to contribute to the success and the profitability of a fashion enterprise. And so, you can be so skilled, but you might be in the wrong environment, one that is not conditioned to support your potentialities. Are you getting what I'm saying? It's very important. So you must find your clan. Where is it happening? Where am I needed? Many of us create products and go and look for markets that will buy our product, but that's wrong. That's putting the cart before the horse. You find a starving market and create a product that solves the problem. And so you need to find your clan. Go where your value is demanded, not where you are tolerated. Go where your value is demanded and not where you're tolerated. And so you need to go to an industry where you are what? Needed, and seek to expand there. Let me catch my breath. I'm talking so fast. How many more minutes?
You still have a couple of minutes, so
are you
slow
sure?
down. Yes, you do.
Whew. 5 seconds. If I was preaching, I'd have to them to do good morning, Jesus, to wait for me. Anyways, what have I said so far? What was the first point I raised? I love that. Good students, you're following. The next thing I want you to know is be committed to growth. Listen, growth doesn't come before commitment. Growth comes after commitment. You have to make a conscious decision to grow. You have to make a conscious decision to be sold out to tireless development before you will ever see any form of advancement or growth in the value that you have on offer. It's very important. And so it starts with a decision. It starts with living your life intentionally and knowing that nothing good comes for free and nothing valuable jumps on you. A whole lot of us just desire good things, but we do nothing, absolutely nothing in our day-to-day to suggest that we're really willing to do what it takes. There's a statement I always make. I say everything valuable is at the other end of pain. Did you hear what I said? There's nothing valuable that you want to command or anything valuable you want to desire that will not cost you something. It will cost you sleepless nights. Sometimes it will cost you failures. Sometimes it will cost you several things. Sometimes it could even cost you relationships and your hard-earned money. And sometimes your peace. This is important because we're in a world where everybody talks about results, but few people talk about the processes that get them there. And success is like an iceberg. We only see what's on top. No one sees what's beneath. What's beneath are years of so much sweat, so much sacrifice, so much failures. One day I hope we'll sit Michelle down and hear his story for at least 5 hours. And then you will know that what you applaud many times is the view, but no one wants to climb the stairs that gets them to the view. It's very important. Behind every monumental success that you see are years of indefatigableness and years of showing up. Not years of just going with the flow and flowing with motivation. No. Where motivation stops is where discipline begins. So it's very important. You must make a commitment. The next thing you must do, which is my penultimate, the second to the last, is that you must be visible. You see, strategic positioning is super key. It will not matter what you're doing. If the right people are not seeing it, it will not count for anything. It won't. Visibility is key. Strategic positioning is something we all need to learn. Oh, I'm putting a lot of work, nothing is happening, they're not even appreciating me. Well, maybe you haven't learned to strategically position yourself to be seen by the right people. And it's very important because when you come to work, never join the bandwagon of people who make statements like, I'm only here to do my work, after that I will go. You're joking. As long as human beings are involved, as long as you're in an organization powered and fueled by human capital, you need relationships. Relationships are vital. Listen, it might not matter who doesn't like you, but it matters who likes you. And so build the right relationships. Go into relationships as though you were about to do some PhD work. Study the people who lead you. Understand the chain of command. Be respectful. Show up. Because it's only people who have nurtured relationships that have doors open for them in rooms that they are not necessarily worthy to enter. There's almost no promotion that happens without any form of recommendation. Franklin talked about how he started from there. He said he didn't know anybody. Yes, that's good. It could be very, 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 very important at the very early stage. But you see, several years ago, back in my undergraduate years, the human resource manager of Unilever came to Covenant University and said something so mind-blowing. She said 80% of the people we employ, quote and unquote, are people who know people. Now, she's not necessarily saying people who know people, which means we bypass merit. But it means that, look, even for you to get the job, you need somebody to send a link to you or perhaps recommend you one way or another. So people are important. Know your tribe. Know your tribe. Am I making sense? I think I struck a chord there. Very important. That's the effect I give, I understand. I'm just teasing. The final thing I want to say is this, and I think I'm going to end with it. It is back yourself daily by showing up. You need to show up every day. You need to what? Show up every day. It was one of the Premier League's most successful managers of all time, Arsene Wenger, who upon retirement was asked, what would you say is the most important ingredient in the life of a footballer? He looked and said, stamina in motivation. You know what that means? It means motivation and the initial gra-gra that you need to get the job done might come now and fizzle out. But stamina in motivation means I will do what is inconvenient sometimes to get the job done. Many of you have to learn to do what you have to do to be able to do what you want to do. It's very, very, very important. I must show up every day, even when my body doesn't feel like it, even when I have legitimate reasons not to, because people reward consistency. It was Vuzi who said something so profound. He said, people don't believe what is true. People believe what is often said. What are you saying very often? Are you showing up and being dutiful with your work just today, and tomorrow no one sees anything? You've got to be consistent. Value flows in the direction of consistency. Not great days today and terrible days tomorrow. So every single day of your life, you must show up. It was Robert Rivardin who said, success is never owned, it is rented. And every day that rent is due. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olushola, for that very, very powerful session. And I just want to take a few minutes to speak about some of the things I think everyone should grasp from those sessions. There's some things he said that are very profound, the issue of relationships. Some of you here will come and go, but remember, this is an opportunity to forge relationships. And any relationships you already have, please take them seriously, because truly, a lot of us here, take your time and think about it. It's not over you. A lot of times, it's not always just about you. A key thing he also mentioned is about the value mindset. And I believe that that is something that we must all take. Your mindset is very key. Consistency is what pays. Motivation, I'm sorry to say, is a myth. If you're looking for people to motivate, you have to show up when you don't feel like showing up. Life happens to everyone, but you can happen to life. Don't keep waiting for feeling like doing things. No, you don't feel like doing things. You do it because you need to do it. So thank you for that. And I'll just introduce Isioma Utomi here, who is going to talk to us about how. Because it's one thing to listen to people of what we should be, but you know what? We need to be prepared for the future of talent. So Isioma, please tell us how. Thank you. Maybe I'll sit here. Yeah, so you come. It's okay.
Hello? Hello. Hi, everyone. You know, 10 seconds after Olushola started talking, I knew I'd made a mistake letting him go first. Wasn't that a wonderful talk? Please, another round of applause for him. All right, so again, thank you very much, Franklin, for the invitation to be here, and of course, the GMD. This is a fabulous audience to be speaking in front of, and I know they were saying that, you know, congratulations for being here because, you know, you could have been at an Owambe or something, but honestly, the first thing that was competing with this thing was sleep, was it not? After a long week at work, isn't the first thing you want to do on Saturday morning to sleep? So congratulations, clap for yourselves for being here. All right, so I want to talk about a few things related to being ready for opportunities in the workplace. And I'll share them with a couple of stories about my own experiences looking for work and, you know, developing in the workplace. So back in the day, so as they said at the beginning, I graduated from Boston University. And at the time, you know, when you're looking for jobs, like it's the last semester of school, everybody's looking for jobs at that time. We're trying to see, oh, will we get something before we graduate? So typically, as an international student, we are already a little bit behind because a lot of companies, they'll just tell you outright, we're not hiring international students because we don't want to sponsor visa and all these things. And then typically the ones that did get jobs, you had to have a fabulous GPA, like at least 3.5 and above. So basically you had to be like the best of the best. Look at me, come fall of my final year, I was looking at my GPA. This 3.5 was not happening. So I now had to start thinking, okay, I do want to get a job. What am I going to do about it? Next to the College of Engineering, they had this little center, a career development center for students that almost nobody entered. The whole college, you just see maybe 1 or 2 people every day. And I made it my mission to show up at this place every week. And at one point, you know, one of the career advisors noticed and was looking like, okay, what do you need support with? Okay, I need help with my resume. I need help putting myself out there. And every week I showed up and I worked with him. This guy, he's a white guy, was in the military, older, middle-aged. If you look at the both of us, we don't have anything in common. But when an opportunity came at one of a Fortune 500 companies north of Boston, I was one of 3 people that he nominated for that role. 3 people. And the other 2 people were white guys. I was a Nigerian, I was a woman, and I was like, I didn't have the most fabulous GPA. But best believe, when that interview came, I brought out my A game fully. And so just to give you that idea that you have to be ready and available for opportunities. And not just that, you have to be able to connect to people. What differentiated me from all the other people that were at the university? Because when I graduated, not everybody had, a job in hand, but I did. And the reason is because I built connections with people. This man did not know me from wherever. He had no reason to pitch me for this job, but that opportunity came because of that. And you also, talking back, look at that example that Mitchell gave during his presentation about going to Japan. Do you remember that example? And how you had to understand the culture of that place. In New England, if you want to relate to anybody in New England who is above a certain age, just mention the Red Sox or the Patriots. It's like mentioning football in Nigeria or Premier League. Instantly, we'll start talking. I am not a big sports person, but best believe I knew who was the best player on the Red Sox that year. I knew all the Patriots. Tom Brady is like, yes, I could talk about his past that day. Oh, my goodness. So definitely, emotional and cultural intelligence are huge factors in success. So now, when I moved back to Nigeria after a couple of years, I also had completed my NYSC. It was a really good place, but they weren't, retaining people afterwards. So once again, I was in the, it's your math, find what to do with your life situation. And so I went out there and was like, everyone's going to networking events. And I would feel bad because, I didn't have a card to hand out or anything. Do you know that I went to go and print my own card? I printed my own card, and on that card, it said, Woman of Leisure. You can imagine how many interesting looks I got from that card. People would see me collect my card and be like, excuse me? What do you do? I was like, I enjoy my life, and I look for opportunities. And that was a great opening line for so many people. How many people have gone to career fairs like this or for job networking opportunities and somebody asks you, what do you do? Before you are looking for a job and they're asking you, what do you do? Raise up your hand. Raise up your hand. Nobody here has ever been asked that question. You see. So come prepared with your own answer. You have value. There are things that you are skilled at. There are things that you know how to do. I am a fantastic programmer. I was top of my class at this, and I'm very capable of collaborating with people. Have your opening line. Don't start with, I don't have work. Yes, we know you don't have work, but what can you bring? What value can you add? I assure you, it leaves you in a very different position from somebody who just comes and be like, all right, I want work, please, any job. This also came up, for instance, when I was looking for my second job, and I was telling my friends what I wanted. Never be afraid to tell your friends what you want. You always think that you have to be approaching GMD or Franklin to be getting a job. The way I got my third job with a multinational was actually through a friend. I'd literally been telling him, this is the kind of work that I want. Like, I'm very interested in this area. I have a background in engineering. I have experience in media. I would like to find something that will allow me to be both, an active worker in the workplace that can make changes in an environment. And so I was like, all right, cool. I'll look out for something. So one day, he just called me out of the blue. I was like, oh, I'm in town. I'm showing around one of our executives that's visiting. We're just taking her out for drinks. Do you want to come? And I was like, okay. I came out, very pleasant conversation with this lady. She's American. We bonded over things like, that are all American. And then she was like, oh, like, what are you up to right now? I was like, well, I happen to be interested in X, Y, Z. Remember, prepare yourself with the things you are good at. So when she mentions that, she's like, okay, please, send me your CV. Do you know that I found out this woman was a global executive director? So basically, when she sends a CV, HR finds you in the next 1 week to tell you, please, could you come in? And so that is a completely different experience than most of us who are looking for jobs, begging people for opportunities. Don't be afraid to tap your network. And your network is not just the people that are high up there. Your network is your peers. Your network is your friends. You don't know what doors they can open for you, so don't underestimate the value of your friends. And then, of course, I want to talk a bit about what happens when you do get those opportunities. when you're finally in the room. Don't underestimate what you can do with that. So the role I was finally in was something called a Six Sigma Black Belt, which again is a fabulous business card to have because half the responses I got were, do you do karate? But in that role, I got to do different projects in a lot of different areas. And one of the things I had a great opportunity to do was attend leadership meetings. And I found these really intimidating at first because there I was 24, 25, and I'll suddenly be in a meeting where everybody was a department head. Basically, everyone had 20 plus years more experience than I did. So I would just sit quietly in my corner at the beginning and be like, okay, I'll just be listening and observing. So one time, my boss just took me aside and was like, Isioma, what are you doing? I brought you into this room for a reason. I want to hear your voice in this room. In my head, I was going, which one will I add that somebody who has 20 plus years more experience will not know? But it will shock you what perspective you have that somebody who's been in the industry a long time does not have. The perspective you bring from your own experiences, your own training, your own upbringing, your background. And so he would encourage me. So like, I will call you out in these meetings. You will say something. And I'm ever so grateful for that because that was an opportunity to get into projects that were global, to do projects with people who were in Dubai, with South Africa, that I probably would have never gotten if I'd just been sitting quietly in my corner. So please, you have to communicate. Being able to communicate effectively is a skill that will never go out of fashion and you absolutely need for the future to get opportunities. And finally, I know we're now in the AI era. I don't think you can go to any events now and they haven't dropped AI somewhere in the conversation. Is that not right? Every event now, even if we're talking about housekeeping, so it'll be like AI for future robots that will be doing the floor or whatever. But there's AI everywhere. And of course, this is a new opportunity. And anyone who lives in this era has to be able to key into these things. You have to be curious. You have to be able to think, how can this impact my job? How does this impact my life? You shouldn't leave it to, this is a thing of just the engineers or just all the technical people. No. No matter what you're doing, AI is what they call a general purpose technology. It's something that's just going to sweep all fields, all areas. Don't think that because I'm studying, rocks somewhere, it will impact your life, I assure you. Whatever you're doing, think about how does this new era change your perspective. Even recently, I was offered an opportunity to do work with the AI Collective. And we were talking about how do we bridge the gap between leadership and people in the technology space. Think about all this myriad of experiences that you've had in your life. Sometimes we undervalue those things. We're like, okay, like everybody knows how to do this. But no, there are some things that you are uniquely knowledgeable at. Trust me. If you're the kind of person that can get along with people, like I did when I was getting my first job, that's emotional intelligence, that's cultural intelligence. Start picking out what those skills are. If it's the ability to talk about yourself, to position yourself for new opportunities, know that you can actually do that. You don't actually need to know somebody, an uncle somewhere or other that. Look at the first two jobs I told you about. I didn't know anyone at those companies, aside from my friend who was working there at the time. So you don't always have to be looking for one oga to get you to the place that you want to be. And of course, always be curious. I think that is actually, if I were going to say there was one set of skills that really, or two sets of skills that really have benefited me in life, it would be curiosity and adaptability. I always like to know things. Did anybody see that movie with Michael B. Jordan that came out recently? Sinners. You see, I know this was my audience. And so in that movie, whenever you're in a horror movie, there's one person who will go outside to investigate the sound. Which of you are the person that will go outside to investigate the sound? They're like, no, I'm staying. Which of you will stay inside and wait for the sound to find you? So basically, curiosity is a great thing to have. There's nothing wrong with curiosity within bounds. So, but at the same time, it actually is a most important skill that you can need at this time. When something new happens, when ChatGPT came out, did you just look at it and be like, this is not my business? Or did you look at it and think, ooh, this is fun. What does this button do? I want you to really think about how curious you are about life and opportunities. Because that's how you find new things. That's how you find new opportunities. You have conversations about things you don't know as much about. Like, what is this field about? What is this new area about? And the more you do that, the more you open yourself up to the possibilities. So remember, emotional intelligence is important. Understanding people, being able to rate people of different cultures. When we are in an environment with multiple generations, you have to be able to relate to people from these generations because we are in that kind of workplace. Talk about what you want and position yourself for opportunities. It's not just about, I know that I want to be this in my head. If nobody else knows about it, how will it happen? And of course, being able to communicate effectively and showing that you are curious and adaptable. Whenever you are in a job interview, I'm begging you, if they ask you at the end, do you have any questions? Please have a question. It is actually one of the best things you could do to show your personality and position yourself. There is nothing more intriguing than somebody saying, oh yes, thank you. I learned XYZ about your company, and I see this thing happening in the news. How are you approaching that in your business? Suddenly you're forcing the person to think. And that person is like, ooh, okay, all right. This person has actually done their research. Like, they must be onto something. And so don't underestimate the value of those opportunities. And of course, remember that you yourself inherently have value. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The key thing that you have to remember is to be able to connect that value to problems that people are trying to solve. Those skills that you have, the ability to talk to people, the ability to solve a problem, the ability to think critically, all those are things you have. Whatever the value you have is, connect it to the problem, connect it to people. And once people can see that you can add value, that you can make a difference, they will be practically begging you to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isioma. I hope you took a few nuggets from there, because I did. And one of the things I really took from that is to be ready, to be prepared at all times. One of the things that people keep asking me about, even till today, about Interswitch, is that they ask me, how did Mitchell do it? And it's a very interesting question that even some people ask me, oh, please, can you help me design the type of culture that Interswitch has? And I tell them, you can't. Because a big part of Interswitch's culture is leadership. I just want to say on the note about being ready, just for anyone who is concerned about this program, I just checked my LinkedIn message yesterday. Somebody who attended this program last year sent me a message telling me, last year, they sent me a message telling me that they cried throughout this career fair because they were very miserable about the state of their career. I received a message yesterday. They are now working for one of the fintechs. They were part of the job shadowing program that Interswitch did last year. Real story. I just got the message yesterday. Okay? So please, thank you very much, Interswitch, because this platform is real. People are getting value, not just in terms of finding jobs at Interswitch, but finding jobs for the ecosystem, which is the key thing about this session. So I'm going to be introducing Kemi. And Kemi, of course, is going to continue this conversation on developing the talent ecosystem. So over to you, Kemi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me loud and clear? So, I wish 20 years plus ago, when I started my career, we had this opportunity. So I'm very jealous that you guys are actually doing this. And I want you to take every opportunity. Take this away. It's a massive opportunity. I want to first of all say thank you to the GMD, Michelle. Thank you so much for the great work you're doing. I'm very big about talent and raising people. So for me, this is very close to my heart. So thank you so much for the great work you're doing. Like most of the other speakers, well, not all, but a few of the speakers we've had that are ex-Interswitch, I was not ex-Interswitch, but I was practically family for Interswitch. I spent every day of my life working with Interswitch for 18 months. We were working on a project together, so it feels like home for me. So I'm going to be talking about maximizing opportunities for career growth. And I'll be taking this, some of it will be from my own personal experience, some will be from what I've seen in the workplace over the last 20 plus years that I've been working. And I'm going to just take, just give you a liner and then I'll flesh it out a bit. So I have 10 minutes, I'm going to do that quickly. So number one, if you see me today and you say, oh wow, she's a female CEO in a tech company, I want to see the map she actually followed. It's a lie, there's no map. So success really doesn't go with a map, it's an ambition. You have the ambition, which it's like your goal, but you don't necessarily know how you're going to get there. There will be a lot of ambiguity. There will be a lot of tweaks. There will be a lot of adjustments along that journey. There's a story I love, and please permit me, one of my biggest books that I love is the Bible. There's a story of a guy called Abraham, and Abraham left everything he had and was going on a journey. What was very interesting is that there was no map. All he had was an idea, the vision, what God had told him. And very often for your career, you need to have a vision. What do I want? And I remember that I started working right after school from about 21 years old. And I remember that I always said to myself that I'll be the best at whatever I find myself doing. I always said to myself that I don't want to be a me too. I want to be distinct. I want to be so different that people will know that there's something different about this girl. So I remember right after school, I was the NYSC opportunity and I was working at ExxonMobil. Back then, the only work you did in ExxonMobil as a copper was to send documents through the fax machine, make tea for the bosses, and play games. And that was the job. And I said, this is not what I'm going to spend 1 year doing. Before the end of 1 year, I was doing all the presentations for the bosses. So back then, we didn't have the Microsoft, I think it was Lotus 123. I did all the presentations for the bosses back then. At the time I was leaving leaving Interswitch, if anybody remembers, you remember this Mr. Biggs on the Run project with mobile? Whoever saw that thing, that you had Mr. Biggs at mobile stations back in the days? They're making me feel old. Okay. All right. That was my project. At 21 years old. The only reason why I was placed in that project was because I refused to be ordinary. I refused to follow the crowd. I refused not to have a dream. And so my admonition to us is, you must have a goal for your life. Now, at the time I was doing it, remember I said there was no map. How I ended up here, it wasn't very clear, but that thing was the defining factor for my life, that I would never be a me too. All right? So let's go to the second point. We've been talking about talents, and we're saying they're talents, but there's always a but. So what is that but? The truth is that talents thrive in ecosystems. You cannot be on your own. You can't be in isolation. You can't be in isolation. You have to develop the talent. So I remember a guy that I hired once, and he got into the organization. He had this arrogant, perspective, and people go like, what's wrong with this guy, sir? After like 3-4 months, he came to me and said, I've humbled myself. Why? Because he thought he was so good. By the time he came into an ecosystem, he saw that, there are people that know more than me. Now, what does that do to you? You start to know that I have to develop myself. I have to push myself further. I have to hone the skills. I have to develop my skills. I'm not yet there. So when you are just in your own little bubble, you will just be a blind man. You'll be a one-eyed man doing what? leading the blind. So you have to know that you can't just be on your own. So that's one. Talking about talent in an ecosystem, it's also about the networks. You need people. You can't be a light and you're hiding yourself under a basket. So you need to bring that light out for people to see, and that's about networking. What do you bring forward? I remember I was at an event like this, I was speaking, and there was a guy that walked up to me towards the end, and he was talking about it was just a very random 5 minutes chat. And we were just talking about, oh, I came in late, I really missed the earlier part, blah, blah, blah. And he just told me what happened, that he had this project, he knew that it was a Saturday, that he knew that he had to deliver it for his MD. He was in the cab coming, and then he had to stay to do that presentation before he came. Do you know what I got from that? Diligence. 2 weeks after I needed somebody to hire for a project, I gave it to that guy. So even as you interact with people, what are you bringing forward? Are you bringing your talents forward? Are you showcasing what you do? Are you interacting with people? So it's one thing to, first of all, develop those talents. It's another to ensure that people actually see what you're doing. Now, very often, everybody talks about growth in career. So let's assume you got the job, you're now in the role, and you're like, hey, I want to be a CFO one day. I want to be HR. I want to be like Franklin. I want to be a CEO like Mitchell, right? The truth is that growth is not a ladder. It's a zigzag. What does that mean? There are times that the growth you need for that next move is going to be a shift from here to here. I remember a time when there was an opportunity for somebody to take on a new role in the office. And we approached this lady and we said, would you take this role? We think it's going to be good for you. And we kind of suggested to her. The first thing she said is, am I going to get more money? And I said, well, you wouldn't. I said, I don't want new responsibility that won't give me money. Guess what? That was a missed opportunity because this person was going to learn pretty much on that role. 2, fast forward 7 months after, we now want to hire somebody into that role, but she will have been the first candidate. So sometimes the real growth is not you going up, it's a parallel. Sometimes you may even take a pay cut by growing. Sometimes that next thing that you are pursuing could seem like it's a setback, but it's a growth. So when I look at my career, I started off, like I said, ExxonMobil, went into banking. And then from banking, I went into remittance. For every time I moved, I was learning something completely new. And so very often, they would not hire me on the basis of a rock star talent in that role. But give me 1 year. Give me 1 year, I'll become better than those that were on that role. So every time. Because I understand the principle that growth does not always mean, would not always come in the form of a ladder. Growth is sometimes like a setback. But if you understand exactly what you are pursuing, you would go for it. We've heard a lot about innovation, and sometimes people kind of think innovation is just techie. But I always say that innovation starts with curiosity. In that role, one of the things that I see missing sort of these days with young talent is sometimes you just want to tick the box and do the job. The truth is, if you really want to be that distinct talent, you have to be curious on the job. Why do we do this thing that we are doing? what's the end goal of the company? That inquisitiveness starts to make you say, can I suggest to the company a new way of doing this thing? Because you are the one doing it. You are the one close to it. You are the one saying that, oh, we have to do 5 steps. Perhaps if you bring it up to the head of department to say, oh, we do this thing every time. I understand that this is where we are going to. Can we possibly do this? It's possible nobody has seen it. Who has ever seen, let me ask a question. Who has ever been in a house and your doorknob is bad, and after a while you don't see it? Who has ever noticed that? After a while, the doorknob in your house is bad, but you don't see it until a visitor comes and they say, oh, what's wrong with your doorknob? You're like, okay, it's been bad though. Hello, am I the only one? All right, that is actually what happens in the workplace. So sometimes your boss that's been doing that job before you came in does not see that problem again, does not say that process is clunky. So your role is to bring in that curiosity and start to ask why. That's how you add value in the workplace. Because by the time you start to ask that question why, you start to bring ideas, and then the company goes like, oh my God, this person is so talented. It's bringing so much value to us. And it's something we need to remember and actually start to understand that as talents in the workplace, your role isn't just to, push it. I'm sure I'm doing my job. No, you are there to add value. And that takes me to my last point, which is Africa does not need job seekers. Africa needs builders. To be a builder, you need to be curious. To be a builder, you need to think like an entrepreneur in that role. I always tell people, even if your job is customer service, think like an entrepreneur. Think like the CEO. I'm the CEO of this desk. If this is the entire business that we have to earn money from, how would I do it? What are the other roles? If I'm a front-end engineer, if this is the entire business, think like the CEO. How do we run it? How do we bring excellence? How do we make this, stand out? And that is actually the types of talent that will build Africa and actually change that perception that the world has about us. There's something I believe so much in, and I say that, and that's why I'm probably still here in this part of the world. And I say that a day will come when the Western world Africa will become like the Western world. Okay? But it's not going to come by us just sitting down moping. We have to be that change agent. And that change starts with you and I. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Kemi. And just to reiterate your points on the fact that Africa needs builders, it's so great to hear the Interswitch story today. And I'll say something. Franklin, you're very lucky. When I was head human capital at Interswitch, there used to be something I used to measure called offer acceptance ratio. At the time, it was the ratio of people who accepted the offer letters that we handed out. Our score was low then. 3 out of every 4 people that I made an offer to rejected the offer. Some of you here would not have agreed to work in Interswitch 20 years ago. That's the truth. Because it wouldn't have looked like the kind of company you wanted to. Interswitch wasn't doing this 20 years ago. The reason why Interswitch is here today is because of people that built Interswitch. And we have to congratulate them. Every Interswitch staff here, from Mitchell, with that vision, Charles here, and everyone who's still here. It's a great thing. Africa needs builders. Mitchell said something. Everybody cannot work at Interswitch. 84% of the workforce in Nigeria work for small businesses. 84% of the people here will work for a small business. Interswitch was a small business 20 years ago. Can you be a builder? Question. Can you be a builder? Because Africa needs builders. Everyone, only 16% of people here can work for a big firm. So just in case you get an opportunity and it doesn't look like an Interswitch, you know, they say some people miss opportunities because it comes wearing overalls. It comes like hard work. And when you look at it, it looks too hard. And you just drop it. I don't want to work for one-man business. I don't want to work for a small business. I don't want to work for a Mitchell. What does this 30-year-old man know? Some of you are rejecting businesses that are led by 20-something, 30-year-olds. Why? Because it doesn't look like your image. Okay? So I'm just going to end with asking Charles Ifedi to take the stage so he can help us with opportunities, local and global opportunities. How can we harness that value? Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So thanks, everyone, for coming out and for staying this long. So there are lots of stories behind Interswitch that even when I'm in a 5-minute ride with an Interswitch staff, they start asking me for gossip and stories behind Interswitch because fortunately was one of the staff 0.00 that Interswitch had. So before Interswitch existed, I was working in Interswitch. So I started working with Mitchell when Interswitch was just an idea, when we were writing the business plan for the business, and even trying to raise money to start the company. And when Mitchell said he was 30, I was 26. And so we are pretty young people that believed that we could actually change what could happen around the world. Now, the main vision and why I'm happy to be talking about this today is one of the things that I strongly believed back then, and I still believe today, is that great things can come out of Africa. That it is not everything that we must import, it's not everything that that other people have to build, but great things can come from us. But what that means also is that the mindset we have in building what we build, being who we are, needs to be very, very different from basically the next person. So I'd like to thank the panelists that have spoken so far. They have already taken all the topics and all the points that I'm going to make. So I'm going to just talk, I'm going to talk freely. I also like to thank Franklin for inviting me. And thanks Mitchell also for allowing him to invite me. Okay, so I'm going to take just 4 main points around trying to build and make ourselves ready, not just for the local market, but for the global market as well. I'll start by saying that all of us here need to realize that the businesses out there, the companies out there, the people that we potentially will compete are not only local anymore. If you remember that presentation that Mitchell showed about someone saying, I'm going to take my skill, I'm going to take this job outside of Nigeria, that was a Nigerian person saying, I'm going to take a job outside of Nigeria. The implication, therefore, is that people, even in Nigeria, can hire people abroad. And just like somebody spoke about job sharing, I believe it was Larry, that spoke about job sharing, it means that even as I develop my skill, even as I develop my curiosity and all the things that I develop as a person, I need to realize that the world is a lot more global than it used to be. That I'm now competing against talent that is not only local, and just being good enough, just be able to just do the minimum that I'm required to do is no longer going to be enough. You need to actually stand out, and you need to actually be better than your last self, right? So if at the end of every year, at the end of every period, you look back and say, how much better am I than I used to be, that should be your own yardstick. The second thing I'm going to talk about is how to apply technology in what you are. Not all of us are going to be AI experts. Not all of us are going to be building software or in the software teams of the organization. But all of us have the ability to actually stand out using technology. So whether you are in HR, you are in marketing, you're in finance, you're in every part of the business, you need to start being more tech savvy. Because the people you're competing against, I think somebody was talking about when somebody was counting, putting something in Excel and was typing 1 by 1, 2, 3, and this was a senior HR person. If you do not learn technology, if you do not differentiate yourself with technology, you would actually be actually be replaced by other people that are a lot better than you in that area. And if you're a technical person also, do not believe technology is enough. What do I know better than, I mean, if you've ever heard stories that a lot of software is now being written by AI. So if all you're able to do is you're not able to think deeply, you're not able to be different from the people around you, and you're not able to apply yourself, then you're not going to be able to differentiate yourself. Now, I'm going to talk about a potentially controversial area because all the things we seem to be talking about is around competence. Build your competence in this area, build your competence in that area, build and be the best version of yourself. I agree with all of them. But when it comes to Mitchell's analogy of good me, because you have to be good yourself, right? Bad me or ugly me. One thing I have seen in this particular area is we tend to have people that are potentially competent but are not committed and are not dependable. So we need people that are committed and dependable. So even if you are that, you are already a lot more than a lot of the people that are out there. So I define commitment being that nobody needs to follow up with me. Nobody needs to tell me what to do. Nobody needs to tell me that office opens at 8 o'clock and I should not be there by 8:30. Nobody needs to tell me that. That is what commitment is. And I define being dependable being that when you tell me something, I can go to the market with what you've told me. So you say what you do and you do what you say. Those two things, you actually differentiate yourself so significantly from other people around you. Because lots of people will just show their competence, be very good at this area or that area, but because we cannot rely on them, because we cannot depend on them, that is very, very challenging. So I've worked in many parts of the world. I've had colleagues in several parts of the world. And one of the biggest challenges that I've seen, particularly from us, in Nigeria in particular, is not that we're not educated, it's not that we do not have certifications, it's not that we don't know a lot. It is that we just lack commitment. We lack this area that people can actually depend on us, go to bed and know that if Francis, Michael, anyone is responsible for this area, I can go to bed with the assurance that this person is going to be the best person for that job. And it doesn't mean you're going to be the best person from day one. A lot of speakers here have spoken about, especially Kemi's last speech, was that sometimes she gets into a new role and she's not the best person at that role. But give her 6 months, give her 1 year, she becomes a very, very different person in that particular role. So I'll tell you this, competence is good, but being committed and dependable, in my view, is actually a lot more important. And you do that by applying yourself, being a better version of yourself today than you were the last time. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is, so many of us here are here to look for work. Now, not all of us can be entrepreneurs. Not all of us can start businesses. But what we need to actually realize is that you can be entrepreneurial in the work that you do. Every business, every person, every entrepreneur, every boss wants to hire a problem solver. It's not every single problem that you have, you do not think about it, just go straight to your boss and say, how do I do ABC? You need to actually be able to apply yourself and actually be able to identify problems, fix problems, and then take initiative to do things differently from other people. So I will not be able to say enough of this about applying yourselves, but that is one thing that you actually need to ask yourself, okay, in this job that I've gotten, in this thing that I'm doing, how different I am, how better am I than I used to be. So I'll stop now. Like I said, a lot of my talking points have been taken by my colleagues, so I will not repeat them and bore you, but we would love to network with you guys and actually wish you guys good luck as you progress in your career. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to start. You can sit down. Thank you. Thank you. So just to wrap up, I mean, we've heard from everyone. Thank you, Charles, for that. And just hanging on from what you said, I'm just going to ask everyone for their final thoughts, because we've had a long session, we've heard a lot, and thank you, Charles, for the nuggets on reliability, dependability, and commitment, because it's something that we tend to overlook. But if you hear the narrative a lot, even when you hear about the issues with talent in Africa, I think a big part is around reliability. I think a big part is around commitment and dependability, because you can learn the hard skills, right? Anyone can go on a course, but to be a dependable human it's a big thing to be. So just on closing shots, I will start with you. I'll just start in the order and everything. So just give us your 1 minute or your nugget for this session.
All right. Hi, everyone. So, parting shot. I had to pick a couple of things, but I think I'll just go with one. So, if I were to give you a parting shot, it will be stop looking at the entire flight of stairs. Look at the very first step. It was Brian Chesky, the CEO and founder of Airbnb, who said, don't look at the mountain, look at the first step. And how does that relate to your personal development? I'll tell you. In a typical MBA class, you'll be told that there are 3 kinds of innovation, for example. There's the disruptive innovation, the type that the internet did to postal services, right? And then the next kind of innovation is something a bit mid-sized. It's a radical innovation. It's the type that, let me say, Apple did to Mike Lazaridis and his BlackBerry people, where they began to change how phones were perceived. 2008, circa that period. And where you now have touch screens, more or less, right? And just one button for some, and now we see. So radical innovation is like mid-sized innovation. However, what if I told you the most important type of innovation is actually incremental innovation, which is the simple steps that advance your entire life? I would give you this perfect analogy, and it will change you. Watch it. There was a story several years ago about a particular Presbyterian church trying to change the position of the lectern in the church. Now, the lectern was actually at one edge, and then the priest said that he really wanted it to move to the middle. People said, oh, no, let it remain at that particular end. And let me tell you what the priest did. He called someone in the workforce, and he said, every single Sunday, you will move this lectern by 1 centimeter and keep on moving it. Now, every single time they moved the lectern, the entire public did not notice, but he knew. 6 months after, the lectern was already in the middle in the exact way that he wanted it. Here's my point. A whole lot of us are looking at drastic changes, monumental changes, and things that are groundbreaking. But the most important thing that helps you on the road to attainment is actually the little bit. Seek to improve aspects of your life daily. Don't go to bed without learning one thing. Don't spend an entire week without having something that has shifted in your intelligence one way or another. I don't know about you, but I have weird rules. If you check my phone, for example, you'd see stuff like a screenshot of new words that I learn every week. After every single week, I go to my wife and I say, oh yeah, it's time for question and answer. And then she reads it to me. Here's the point. Every single week is tough. Every single week is hard for me to keep up. But what people will see in the end are not the tiny bits, but the entire finished outwork. Are you getting what I'm saying? So seek to improve every single day, 1 step at a time, and watch your life transform in a couple of years. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to listen to, Kemi on this. I love your career story. I love how you said there's a lot of ambiguity when it comes to how you move laterally. There's a word that grieves me when it comes to talent, and it's the word potential. And why that grieves me is because potential is everything that you are, but have not yet become. So what can you tell us, Kemi? What will be your parting shots to anyone here who has potential? Because the talent paradox is all about the potential in this room, but we need that talent to be real. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you talk about potential, it will always remain a potential unless you develop it. And the truth is, that development starts from you. It's not going to be the company you work for. It's going to be you. You would have an opportunity for the company you work for to develop it, But the truth is, the real development of that potential to being that leader is you. And so when you hear the word self-leadership, it's something we must all imbibe. So you wake up in the morning to drive yourself. You wake up in the morning to motivate yourself. You wake up in the morning to say that I want to be a better version of myself today than I was yesterday. You wake up in the morning to say that I want to be this in another 5 years, and you start to work towards it. You wake up to start to look at you're not always going to have a mentor holding you by the hand, but it's okay to identify people that you admire and you start to study their lifestyle. You start to study what they do. You start to study how they think, and then you start to change. You start to develop, and you start to become that person that you want. But at the end of the day, remember, leadership starts from you. You have to lead yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Charles, I want you to unpack the reliability issue, because I see it as something that could be a game changer for somebody here. Because we're talking big things. Some people are thinking, tech is too much, or I can't transit to tech. I want you to just unpack, if you had to just give one nugget to one person in this room on how they can show up consistently and reliably to position themselves, not just locally, but globally. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Adora. I mean, one interesting thing that I always give to Interswitch is, like I said, I joined Interswitch when I was pretty young, and I worked in Interswitch for 15 years. And in that period, we hired a lot of younger people than us, people straight out of school. You saw Remei. You saw Remei. Her energy is enough for 5 people.
Isn't
Yeah, so we hired really young people out of school, and we actually realized that that's the main differentiator of the people that we really loved and kept, and we really wanted to always be around, were people that actually went beyond their job remit, went beyond what they were assigned to do and what they were responsible for, to a time whereby you could leave a fairly young graduate to go and do an implementation somewhere because you have seen the person's personal drive to be a better version of themselves. So I think the single biggest thing that a boss would want is that I have this person that works with me, that works for me, that I can go to bed knowing that once he's responsible for something, he would hit every wall, he would ask everybody he needs to ask, but he has total ownership of that area that he's responsible for. So the biggest nugget I'm going to say is around being the owner of the job that you are given. Kemi called it being the entrepreneur, but if you are the owner of that task or that job or that place that you're seated, then that means that you're not going to say, well, this is what they are paying me for, this is the limit of what I have been asked to do, and just limit yourself to that. But owning that thing thoroughly is actually that thing that makes you the really committed, reliable, and dependable person that most organizations are looking for.
Thank you so much. And I'll just buttress on the facts, because some people may not have really listened to this entrepreneurship that we talk about, but it's very key. I believe that all talents work for themselves. Right? You may work for a company, but all talents work for themselves. And if you still keep having that job mindset, then you're not ready for talents, because talents work for themselves. They own their jobs. They are the CEOs of their jobs. And that is a mindset that we should have. So lastly, I will say, Isioma, but nowhere least, is give us your nuggets. How do we prepare? How do we be future ready for this talent paradox ecosystem? Thank you.
All the speakers have shared extremely good points. And one thing I would like to really leave you with is be curious and adaptable. Be very open to learning new things. One of the things I've done in my life is I have these mini life projects. So once in a while, I find something that I'm curious about, and I spend 6 months to a year just learning more about it. There was a year that I decided, I'm curious about customer experience. I wasn't in the customer experience role, but I wanted to know more about it. So I spent the year going for conferences, listening to people talk about it, reading books on it. And so now it equips me when I'm doing projects with clients who have issues in CX. I was like, oh yes, there is a difference between customer support and customer success. And I can describe that. Because of a year, I was curious and wanted to learn more about it. So I would advise you to have these little mini projects for yourself. In this case, if you have a particular goal of finding a role, this is an excellent opportunity to start saying, who are the experts in this field? Who are the people doing what it is that I want to do? How can I learn more about it? How can I show up at events where they are? And it will shock you how much you absorb at these things. And so when people see opportunities, you'll see, Jane has been coming to all these events. We see her, talking with people about this. Maybe we'll ask Jane if she's interested in this role. People see where your interest lies. And of course, don't be afraid to put it out there. Tell your friends. Remember, I said don't underestimate your peers. Your friend that is working in a good company, ask him, what are the people in this field doing? How can I key in? Are they having events? Are they having situations where I can connect with people? Don't underestimate the value of your peers. And always just be open to opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So on that note, we're going to wrap up this session. I want to thank everyone and say that, this has been a delightful session, and I hope people learned a thing or two. And whatever we go back to, let us apply all the nuggets that we've learned. So please give me a round of applause to this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Sorry, what I was saying. Can I ask that you bring the keys to the Rolls Royce? Or the Bugatti for Dr. Harry? All right, we want to thank you for your patience. If you are tired and hungry and angry, blame me for it. The team has asked severally, can we not provide food? Can we not provide refreshment? I said to them, we're not looking for people who want to come and eat jollof rice. So let the people who are coming for jollof rice, they are not the builders we are looking for. It's people who can fast. That's why I say, be angry with me. They wanted to make jollof rice available for people. I'm the one that said, let's see the people who are serious, who would want to learn, be patient. But we gave you water. So to refresh. So that once Gloria said, look at your neighbor, the things that are coming out of your mouth will not be, Can we bring the gift forward? We just want to appreciate our speakers, take pictures, and move on quickly. But on a more serious note, thank you so much for your patience. I see the hall is full. Thank you to Dr. Harry. He has also stayed. He was going to leave, but yeah, we had to beg him to wait so that we can do this very quickly. Can we bring you forward very quickly, very quickly? Can we put our hands together for our speakers? Now, we learned from the previous session that a lot of people have questions to ask. So what we've done differently this year is we've made provision for guest coaches. So you have questions about interview, you have questions you want to ask, you want to network with the speakers. We've made rooms available for you to have a one-on-one. Those days, not those days. When I went for Gartner conference, again, shout out to Interswitch, went for Gartner conference, they usually have smaller rooms where people who want to go into certain details and deep dive into conversation, but with speakers, and that's what we've replicated here. We have fantastic people, some of them you've met before, who remembered intentionality plus curiosity plus discipline plus shout out to Elizabeth, she's here with us. I can see your people are here. That formula Elizabeth has given us, the people that have learned from it, I need to use it to Mitchell to say, we're adding value. Can we cash out on this Elizabeth formula? So Elizabeth is here. Shike has been with us. I think this is our third time. For those, Shike is no longer with us. But again, if you're in Interswitch, you would definitely know that I'm a fan of Shike. Don't be surprised if you meet with Shike. She then tell you, oh yeah, collect my number. I want to see progress in your life. You can never remain the same again. I've never met anyone who is so passionate about developing people. And so it's not perchance that we bring some of these people back to back. It's because we see the value and we see that they are the right people to bring. So Shike is also, shout out to Shike. Shike is here with us. She's also going to be a coach. Of course, Adora is also here to, help us. What a lot of you don't know about Adora and myself is not Interswitch that connected us. Story for another day. The first time I went to Adora's program, I wasn't even in Interswitch. But I wanted to meet someone there who was then the HR director for Nestle. And he was coming to Adora's program. That was why I went there. I paid with my money, got there, I met with Shola. And I really just wanted to know, how did you build this Nestle? Years ago. Dora is here. So it's not Interswitch that brought us together, way back. And such a fantastic platform. Can we get our hands to Adora? Fantastic platform she's running. She gave hope to people like me in HR back then, and here we are today, So don't take for granted that she'll look bubbly. She has substance to give you. So Adora is also in the panel. And one of us will also be in the panel, Emmanuel. Emmanuel is one of our senior HR leaders. He'll be here to also join the session. There may be a few other people. Of course, Lanre is still here. He has agreed to join this session with us. I was going to say, Lanre, when are you coming back home? But let me not say when are you coming back home. But yeah, when are you coming back home? Where are the cards and the gifts? Quickly, Choma, Chika, Idara, where are they? Bring it forward. Can I invite Mitchell, Dr. Harry, please come up stage. Lanre, please come up stage. I know people are tired, but just pretend like you are still excited. Please come up stage. Can we tell the guys to take the chairs off so we can have enough space for pictures? Bring everything at once. Joshua, please bring it up. No. Please, can you take the white chairs away? Yes. And the mics as well, so that we can have. He's here. Okay. Put it behind. All right, so we'll just take pictures. We will start with the panel members first, and Mitchell. And then we take Dr. Harry and Mitchell. We take everybody. And then we take Lanre and Mitchell. All right, please, can we? Together. First, Adora, you can join. Sure. Charles. You know, Adora can join. Oh, okay. She let us know if the posting is boring. Is a boring post? Dr. Harry, Mitchell, together, Dr. Harry and Mitchell, and then we take Lanre and Mitchell as well. Then Lanre, and then we take everybody together. Gloria, you don't like our picture. You don't want to be in our pictures. Wow, Gloria. And Gloria and Mitchell. And then we take everyone. All right, everyone together. One last pictures. So everybody, Larry, Dr. Harry, Gloria, Dr. Yeah, I'm in a picture. Everyone together. Okay, sure. All right, can we put our hands together? Thank you. Thank you so much, so much. Put our hands together for them as they go back to their seat. Very briefly, we're almost done. And we'll be ready for you. Can we help with the gifts? Please, if you're here, you can help take the gift down for everyone. We are almost done. Like, we're done. The next 15 minutes, we're done, actually. All right. Quickly. Can we put our hands together for them as they go back to their seats? Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. One last thing before we explain to you how the job shadowing will play out. And then I invite Gloria, but I do this first. So last year, we started something that we thought was very critical to the journey of how the career fair is evolving. And that's really honoring talent, the people who have contributed to our journey as Interswitch, but also in the ecosystem. And if you're here last year, we celebrated Adora. How many of you were here? You witnessed this? Sorry. Yeah. By the time I read Adora's post after the session, it was really, we didn't think it would go that far. So we've decided to do it and make it a norm as God helps us. So we tricked Charles to this place. We tricked him. But who else is in a better position to hand this award over to him than Mitchell? So I'd like to invite Mitchell. Not here, to introduce. No, Mitchell, come. He was coming with you. Who else to do it than Mitchell? So Mitchell will come, say a few words, and then present the award to Charles for his good works.
When Charles was talking to us earlier, he mentioned the fact that even before Interswitch started, he was already working for Interswitch. So let me talk about that a bit and then talk about Charles. When I had the idea to start Interswitch, I needed data, okay? And we had a meeting at the Moore House. We invited some bank MDs. Late Tayo Adiroko of GTB was there. Ladi Balogo of FCMB was there. And a few other MDs. And of course, my own MD then, Dr. Nadudenloye, was in that meeting. And I was trying to pitch this idea of Interswitch to the banks. And Tayo tore my statistics, my data, completely. And my then GMD was struggling to help me save face. So that was phase one. So it's not always easy, okay? But I didn't give up because the vision was clear. The data may not be correct, but it didn't change the vision, okay? So phase two, I got in touch with a company in South Africa that said they knew what I was talking about and they could help. And then we started. After the first experience, not up to 2 weeks into working with them, I knew I got the wrong people. So fire those ones. I decided to come to Nigeria. And that's how Charles was working with Accenture then, and we engaged Accenture. Charles was one of the parties on the project from Accenture side of things. So when Charles talked about showing up, being committed, that was what I saw. It wasn't just a project for him. It was more than that. It got to the point that by the time the project was coming to an end, I couldn't imagine going on this journey without somebody like Charles being part of it. So when they tell you about being intentional, being dependable, it's actually something. You know, people say what they believe, and Charles actually exemplified that, okay? And that was it for me. Of course, it didn't come immediately, okay? And there's a reason why, which is a point I think Kenny also made. Because see, as I was listening to them, I'm just seeing, I was seeing real life examples of what transpired being said by people. And if you don't connect the dots, you may miss it. How do you leave Accenture, a global firm, where you are doing very well for a startup that have not even raised money? It's not an ordinary person that can do that. So if you don't know who Charles is, that alone should give you a sense of the gentleman I'm talking about. So let's talk about Interswitch. So we all came into Interswitch with no experience. I've never worked in banking before. I've never worked in payments. No experience. Only a picture and a vision of what this country can be with our efforts. He told you how old I was. He told you how old he was. So you can imagine all the others that worked with us, how old they were. Most of you in this room are older than the people that started Interswitch with no experience. None of our parents were rich. So just in case you are saying, these ones are rich men children, nobody. Definitely not me, and not Charles, and not anybody else. Just a desire to make impact. Somewhere along the line, one day, after about 30 million magnetic stripe cards, I hope you guys know what that is. I'm not going to explain that. Central Bank said, because of fraud, we must stop these magnetic stripe cards and give us 1 month. So in 1 month, we lost 30 million customers. 1 month. The good news is that we have started innovating. So when Charles says something like, you own your job, he was actually talking about himself and the people at Interswitch at that point in time. We started building Verve when we did not know they were going to shut down magnetic stripe cards. We didn't know. But we knew for the future we would need a more secure card. But it was very expensive. So we built it, we didn't think any bank would adopt it because it was more expensive than what they had. But when the regulator said, no, kill everything, we launched Verve. Today, Verve has about 82 million cards issued. Charles was the first CEO of Verve. So that initial work, the foundation, which we're all enjoying today, started with him and his team. So when Franklin told me, Mitchell, you know, we're going to honor someone, my mind just went to Charles quickly because I was just thinking, okay, who else is going to honor today that is here? So Charles, we appreciate you. Like he said, he put in 15 years. When Charles told me he was leaving, I almost died. And I'm sure you can understand why. I almost died. I said, go to where? What did we do? But one of the things I learned is that in every journey, at some point, some of us will have to drop off and move on. But we move on as friends. And that is what has kept us. Today, I was very proud when Charles called me a few weeks ago to say, Mitchell, I'm taking up a job as Group CEO at Inlax. And I said, hey, Inlax, why? I wish Charles was telling me, Mitchell, I would like to come back. Why did you just go to Inlax like that? But it tells you the kind of person that he is. And I want to tell the guys in Inlax that they actually got, in my view, a very fantastic person. And I'm just looking forward to what Charles will do as CEO of Inlax. So on that note, Charles, I'd like to invite you forward. Thank you. Sure. Okay, it says Talent Honor Award because this is a talent event. But to be honest with you, if I was to christen it, I would call it Best Paddy, Best Business Partner, Most Committed Staff Award, okay? So, Charles, on behalf of Interswitch, and indeed everybody in this room, I'd like to thank you for the excellent work you did at Interswitch and for continuing to show up for us and being a friend many years after you've left. And I just wish you would accept this token as an appreciation from all of us. You see this guy? Honest Adibo man, ask him if there's a check coming with it. There will be. Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. Hold on.
All right, can we put our hands together? Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Okay, before I hand over to Gloria, it will be unethical, unfair for me not to do this. And this is the last time you see me up here. After now, Gloria, and then closing. I'd like you to appreciate all the HR people of Interswitch who are working behind the scene. Just let me land. You know, one of our greatest slogans is that we want to build the best-in-class HR in Africa, and we don't take that lightly. So everything we do, that is the mantra, best-in-class HR team in Africa. When you think about it, you look at our process as a model. You look at our ideas as a model. So a lot of people have been calling Franklin. There are people that you don't even know. You don't know their names. I know they are scattered all over, but I just want you to celebrate and appreciate them for helping to put this together. Please, you can do better. All right. The GMD has said that I can invite all of you forward. So can you please come forward? So Joy, come. Since you're bringing this thing forward. Please quickly come forward. Shoma, Emmanuel, Nifemi, Ozzy, Sheon. Wherever, Joy, come and stay. Come forward. Quickly, Chika, can we come forward quickly because of time? Quickly, everybody. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing that. To celebrate the team, the real superstars, putting this, clap now. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Dara. That's Femi, Ozioma, Chioma, Sophia, Kenny, Eddie, Mary, Emmanuel, Lawson, Lauren, Tosin, Sheon. I sabi all of them, no worry. Is anybody left? Anybody? Moni is coming, our new Yahoo. Alex, here. Oh, Alexandra. Please, can we put our hands together for them? I think that's about the list. We won't take picture. I go enter this one. Esther Moore. I don't see Esther. Is she here? Victor, Augustine, and Edward. There are still 3 more people. Wait. John. Wait. They are still. I'm sorry, but we don't pay this for anything. This is all we can give. We pay them salary. Don't get me wrong. Where is Esther Moore? Okay, she's coming. Where is Austin? Miriam, thank you. Okay. We may know, I understand some people are upstairs, so that we don't keep you waiting. But we'll wait for Esther, and then if anyone can join us, just to save time. All right. Very quickly.
All right, thank you very much.
DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, how has it been so far? How was today? I want you to scream the words back at me. How was today? Awesome. I hear awesome, Amazing. More. Scream the words back at me. Sploofic, Amazing. Thank you very much. And I know it has been worth your time. Today is a day that you will never forget in your life. And that's because you decided to invest in yourself, in your future, and in the journey of your career. So I want to say congratulations to you. As a matter of fact, beat your chest and tell yourself, I have done well. No, I didn't say do it for me. I said do it for yourself. I have done well. Yes, you've done well to be here. And to spend this Saturday with us, we want to say congratulations to you. On behalf of Interswitch Group, we want to say we are rooting for you big time. We know that every single nugget and tips shared here today, we want you to go home and put them into action. Don't just keep your writing pad somewhere. Immediately step on the gas and get into action. So we're rooting for you big time because you are a champion and the world is waiting for you. Because you stayed till now, give yourself a deserving applause, a round of applause. To everyone who joined us online, we want to say thank you. I trust that I tried my best to carry you along as much as everyone in the room was carried along. Thank you for coming to the Interswitch Career Fair 4.0. Thank you so very much for coming. Let's give another shout out to all of our partners. We want to celebrate all our partners. ALX, Udemy Business, PCL, Pluralsight, GLSS, Product Dive, semicolon. Can you make it louder? Thank you, all of our partners, for making this edition of the Career Fair a huge success. So we're going to bring up finally Chika, who would run us through how the job fair will go. Exactly, she would run us through everything that you need to know about the job fair. Network. I always say that in the next century, money will not be the new currency. Relationships will be the new currency. So it's very important that you make a new friend today. Go home with a new contact. You cannot tell the person sitting beside you might be the point of call for the next biggest gig you get. So ensure that you make a new contact, get someone's number, network, expand your network. Because the value of your net worth is your network. It's very important. All right. It's right here. I'll do my thanks. Thank you for coming, everyone. My name again is Gloria Babarinde, and it has been absolutely delightful serving as your master of ceremonies. Did I do well today? Thank you, everyone, for having me. See you at Interswitch Career Fair 5.0. I'll hand over to Chika now.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Thank you. And thank you to every single person that made it here today. We planned this career fair, but without you here, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you. We cannot say that enough. Now, I don't know how many of us watch Marvel movies. I think it was my husband that, brought it to my attention that there are some movies that when the movie ends, don't leave the cinema. There's always, an additional thing that is being given. So we have something like that for you today. For those of us that has come like for the past 3 career fairs, some of it. That's the job fair. What is the job fair? The job fair, for those of us that are looking for jobs, is an opportunity for you to understand some job roles better. So we have booths that have been labeled. So if you're interested in engineering, you're interested in products and program management, you're interested in sales, go to those booths, ask questions, right? And if you ask good questions, you never know, right? Also, there is something special that we have for us this year. It's called the career coaching session. And we have amazing coaches lined up. that will listen to you. You'd share your career challenges with them, and they will give you advice. I recommend that you only share one challenge. We don't really have time, and there are so many people, right? So if you're interested in the career coaching, please come this way. My colleague, Omene, give a shout out for Omene.
Guys, can we please settle?
So if you're interested in the coaching session, go towards that area, that section. My colleague Omene will, engage you and direct you to where the coaches are. This is the end of the career fair. Like the host has said, network, make new friends, and we'll see you in Interswitch Career Fair 5.0. Have a great day.
So once again, let's begin to go into our groups and to the various
there are many valid reasons to want to give up on Nigeria.
Lack of security. Inflation is at an all-time high. Our best brains escaping. Access to resources declining.
It feels like everything is about to give way. But wait.
We've worked this way before, post-military Nigeria. Education was watered down, tertiary institutions were being shut down because of strikes.
The health sector was in shambles. There was breakdown of law and order, and corruption was the order of the day.
People had enough reasons to leave, and some did.
But one man and a few others decided to flip the switch with a solution that could turn things around.
20 years after, Nigeria's digital economy still rides on that bold step.
What if the state of the nation is not a reason to run away, but a call to look within?
What if that idea you've been toying with is just the solution to the new era?
What if the Nigeria of your dreams is locked in your heart and is waiting for you to take a step?
At Interswitch, we believe Africa can work. So, we wake up every day to revision new ways to inspire Africa to greatness.
The same goes for our talent. We equip them to stand up for Nigeria, and when they leave, we celebrate their successes and extend opportunities to others.
Talent is the key to Nigeria's future. Your talent.
It's time to look within, reimagine the possibilities, take bold steps,
and never stop. Nigeria is not a single story. What Interswitch has done over the last 20 years, that's Nigeria. What a lot of our entertainers are doing globally, that's Nigeria. And my message really is to encourage someone out there. Someone needs to solve the traffic problem. It's not a LASMA problem, it's our problem. Someone needs to solve health problem. Someone needs to solve security problem, education problem. And that person may just be you. So I'm hoping that you're inspired enough to pick up that idea, to pick up that initiative, what you started working on. I'm hoping that you pick up the trust and have hope again that Nigeria can be better. Because your talent, in the real sense of it, is the true Nigerian. What you do with it becomes our story as a nation.